What's that? What's that? Good morning, friends. Un momento, por favor. Bear with me for one sec. Where are we? Maybe here. Maybe right. Oh, come on. I just gotta find us. Oh, there we go. That'll make it easy to find us, that little notification there. Hello, friends, hello. Hi. Hello. All right, hang tight. Hang tight just a second. Are we good? I think we are. I think we're here. Okay, good. Hello, friends. Happy Saturday. Good morning. Happy Saturday to you. Hopefully it's a lovely day where you are. It is like absolutely beautiful outside here in northern Utah. So welcome to you. If we have not met before, welcome. My name is Lael Kankar and I have a business called Lael by Mail. When I am not traveling, we are here on Saturday mornings. Every once in a while, it's a week, not night, but mostly Saturday mornings. And we are doing what I like to call creative listing. So a couple days beforehand, I post on the blog our listing topics for our creative listing session. An email goes out, it's on social media, it's really easy to find. You can also click and subscribe, and then you'll be notified when these are coming up. Anyhow, but what we like to do here when we do our creative listing is we're basically telling a story. We're telling a different kind of story maybe that you've told before, maybe a different kind of story that you've documented before. In most cases, we're making lists about ourselves. Lots of different topics. I like to play, I like to stamp and use die cuts and pattern paper and use all the different kinds of products. But I'm basically telling my story. I always say there's only two things that you need to play with this. You need something to write with and something to write on. Beyond that, it's whatever you want to throw in, whatever you want to add in. As I am working, there are lots of different products that I will be using. In the description box of the video down below, there is a link to the What I'm Using page on my website. And that changes every session, right? So if you are watching this a year from now in 2026, and you click on the What I'm Using, you'll see very different things because it's what I'm using that week. But you can always find what I'm using on my website at laelbymail.com if you are not seeing it on that What Using page because you're watching later, What I'm Using page. So welcome to you. If you are live, welcome. There is a live chat that takes place. So if you are live, I'd love it if you'd pop in the chat and just poke your head in and say hi. Very, very friendly bunch. I should point out there's one thing that sometimes happens, and it didn't occur to me until last week when this happened. Sometimes the chat gets going very quickly, especially when I do live giveaways. So for the last year or so, I've been doing live giveaways every time that we're together. And so sometimes the chat starts rolling very quickly. And in that process, I'm chit-chatting with you guys and I'm asking lots of questions. And some of you are chatting and giving your answers. Please do not be offended if I don't see your chat or if someone else doesn't respond to your chat. I promise you it is a very lovely bunch. But sometimes we squirrel, right? It's what we talk about. We squirrel, and I definitely do that. So if I miss your comment, please don't be afraid to speak up again. When I say speak up, type it in the chat again, put it in all uppercase, and then chances are I see it. Now, sometimes I get sidetracked and whatever, so just know it's not you, it's me. It's one of those, we're breaking up, it's not you, it's me things, okay? But we're not really breaking up. So anyhow, welcome. I'm going to take a quick little gander over here and see who's here, and then we will jump in and get started, okay? All right, so good morning, Ms. L. Nice to see you. Hello, Diane. Paula Kraus, good morning. Good morning, Carrie from San Antonio. Kathy from Southern California. Christy Barnett said good morning. She's excited for her very first live chat. I love it. So some of you are not able to watch live, and that's more often than not. We definitely have more people watching the replay than we do watching the live. But that's the beauty of the interwebs, right? We get to choose when we interact, when we watch. So if you are watching the replay, welcome to you. The replay is just as fun, I promise. If you didn't know it was a replay, you would think it was live and it would all be good, right? So welcome to you, Christy. Glad that you are here joining us live today. Hello, Jay McGrain. Hello, Jay. Patricia Gerda, good morning from Texas. Hello, Carrie Meredith. It's gorgeous in Oregon today. She's just avoiding all the OSU graduation day craziness with a little listing, right? It's that time of year, right? Lots of graduations happening. Um, Diane said, you guys, I know I ordered the whole new set from Lael, but I cannot find it. Diane, I'm sure that you're not the only one that happens to, me included, right? Me included. Now, Diane, when you say the whole new set, I'm not sure what you mean. If you mean stamps or if you mean season pass, it could possibly be. And let me just help you for a minute, just in case. And I don't know that this is the case, but there is a mini book kit shipping starting early next week. 16th, 17th, and that is the new postcards and passports mini book here and there. So you may have placed an order, but if that was also with it, you may have asked us to hold your order. So maybe that was it. Maybe it hasn't shipped yet. I don't know. And otherwise, if you have it, oh my gosh, I wish I could tell you, but I don't know where it is. I don't know where it is at your house. Hello, Kaylee. Hello, Teresa. Crafty865. Good morning, Deborah. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Cindy Hallenbeck. With your beautiful purple hearts. I always love to see that. See you. Not see that, but that's how I know it's you. So see the hearts and you. Hello, Cherie. Candace. Good morning from Springville. Springville, Utah. Good morning, Candace. You're not very far from me, or I'm not very far from you. I live Cottonwood Heights, if you know where that is. Suburb of Sandy. Candace is organizing stickers while she's watching. And that, I don't know, something about this hobby. I think those two go hand in hand. Crafting, playing with paper and stickers and stamps and things, and then also organizing the things. And that's a constant. Organize and reorganize, and that's part of the fun in my book. Let's see. Hello, Linda from the Netherlands. Nice to see you. Marilee, good morning, good morning. Marilee is a school teacher. There are a number of you that kind of are part of the Squirrel Squad, part of our gang. That lists. Marilee is one of those teachers. And Marilee had shared with us before that it's been a very difficult school year. Marilee, 20 some odd years you've been teaching, right? And she had shared before this was her toughest year by far. So Marilee, congratulations, you made it. Hoping that next year it's, we got a bad year and then you deserve a good year after that, right? Hoping for that for you. Let's see. Hello, Gracie Creates. Mari. Deborah, got some catching up to do. Have some ideas for 25 years. 25 years. 25 years. Is that yours? Oh, I know. Last week. Yeah. We'll talk about last week's lesson in a minute. I'm like, 25 years. Okay. Did you just throw that out there? Yeah, I know. Karen, hello. Jen Hurt from Spokane. Karen, thanks for the reminder as always. If you're here watching, whether you're watching the live or the replay, please give it a thumbs up. That's super helpful. That is the easiest way, the least painful, most effective for your pocketbook way that you can support any content creator out there, whether it's Instagram or YouTube or Facebook or TikTok or I don't know, whatever it is. Interact, thumbs up, comments, chats, all of that is just so helpful. Jennifer, I haven't seen you in forever. Welcome, friend. Starting summer vacation with some live listing. I love that for you. Love that for us. I love that for all of us, right? Diana Jackman from Orem, Utah. Okay, so Diana, we're also not that far apart, are we? Maybe half an hour-ish? 40 minutes? Depends on how fast you speed over the mountain, right? Speed over point of the mountain. Good morning, Nancy. Let's see. Just giving her husband his anniversary gift. 39. Congratulations, Nancy. Congratulations. Would you like to share what it is you gave him? I don't know. That may be too personal, but if you'd like to, I'd love to hear it. Let's see. Martine, also from the Netherlands. Good evening. Good evening, my Netherlands friends. My Netherlandians? I don't know. That's what. Maybe we just do that in like the States. Netherlandians? Is that what you call yourselves? Anyhow, good evening. Oh, Lordy. Carol, hello. Good morning. Nancy from Boulder City, Nevada. Deborah, yes. Deborah applauds all teachers. And Marilee corrected me. I grossly underestimated her years of service in the education field. 31 years. Marilee, that's amazing. Like older than your kids. Holy cow. Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you all teachers for what you do because I couldn't do what you do. You guys deserve all the things. All the money, all the praise, all the accolades, all of the things. Let's see. Hello, Louisa. Southern California. Belinda from Chicago. Cherie. Finishing cleaning the basement so we can get the last of the crafts into the craft studio. That is exciting, right? Kind of, again, it goes back to that reorganizing all of our things. Moving out, moving in. Hello, Maureen from Ontario. Mariana, nice to see you. Oh gosh, you guys, it's like, I don't know, old home week, is that what we call it? No, I don't know. There are just some of you that I haven't seen in a while, so just so fun to see you here. It's always fun to see everyone, but especially fun when I don't want to call any of you old timers because we're not old timers, but when I haven't seen you for a while, you pop in. I love it. I love it. Let's see. Oh, did I miss somebody? Did Diana? Oh yeah, you guys are both, hello. You guys are both Utah. Let's see. Christy Barnett. Welcome, Christy. She said, I just learned about Lael at the Philadelphia, I think, PHA Crafty Retreat. No, not PHA. That's not Philadelphia, as I continue to read PHA. Crafty Retreat in Dixon, California. Now I'm so obsessed and have gotten all my favorites from her store. I love that, Christy. Welcome, welcome. We do have a couple people from that area. I know Frances, Frances Chung, a lot of times pops in, and she is at that store, so I love it. Nancy, oh, a Corvette t-shirt. I love it. You know what? After 39 years, you're like, I don't even know. I don't even know what to get anymore. So here you go. I love it. I'm sure he loved it. I bet he loved that. I'm sure very personal to him. April, thank you. Love your top. Blue and white are my favorite color. TJ Maxx, just easy, right? Easy, inexpensive. Although I did notice yesterday, I was looking at the tag. It is a hand washer. So yeah, got to remember that because sometimes you just forget and then you pull it out and it's like this big. Yeah, it could fit Reggie at that point. But so I got to remember that. Dutch, there we go, Martine. You guys are Dutch, not Netherlandians. You're Dutch. Yeah, I know. I should know that. I really should know that. Well, a little bit. Never mind. I'm Danish, so not Dutch. Danish. I mean, it all kind of falls under the same Norwegian. I don't know. I better just. Lael, open mouth, insert foot. I just better stop that conversation right now. Diana's husband retired this year after 43 years of teaching 6th grade. Oh my goodness, Diana, that's amazing. That is amazing. And it, I always wondered if I was a teacher, like what is that prime spot? I would think maybe like the kindergartners and maybe 1st graders, because all the boys, what do they say? All the boys are in love with you and all the girls love you. So they haven't quite figured out their little, brattiness yet. Maybe, I don't know. But 6th grade, I don't know. I don't know. I think if it was, I think I'd end up going younger. I think I'd maybe be 1st grade-ish. I don't know. Who knows? That was just never in my career path to be a teacher. Let's see. Long timers. There we go. Not old timers. Long timers. Hello, Jennifer. Just want to make sure I catch everybody. Maureen is catching a live for the first time in a long time. Just a Danube cruise. Wow, that sounds amazing. Looking forward to listening about the trip. That sounds amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. I love that. Deborah said, great way to start the day with some crafty convo and inspiration, then headed hang out with a group of people. I know where you're headed, Deborah. I know. I saw. Yep, that's all I'm going to say, but yes. Karen Haynes, organization changes quickly too based on recent shopping projects, bending created actual space. Yes, it's just something about all the organizing, reorganizing, for sure. All right. Oh, Mariana, tip for hand washers. Buy a colored laundry bag and toss all hand washing in there so you know. That's a great tip, Mariana. I don't hand wash anything. Well, that's not true. Bras, I hand wash. Workout gear, I don't, but I do have a separate hamper for workout gear. That's just, yeah. And there's a separate detergent that I use for workout gear too. But I'd have one bag with a thing in it, but I love that tip. Back in the day, I think anymore I try to steer clear of those kind of clothes just because it's more work and I just forget and then ruin. Let's see. Annette, yes, Annette, congratulations. Annette is the random lucky winner of last week's After Party Prize. So Annette wins the brand new Summer Fall Season Pass. So congratulations, Annette. And it sounds like you just replied. You're on it. Congratulations. I love that. Love it. All right. Jennifer, I totally forgot. You're a teacher too. I know. We have Elise, Marilee, Jennifer. I know we have more teachers. I know. We also have some retired teachers. Joy Boskoff, maybe retired teacher, I think. Anyhow, your favorite is 2nd grade. See, I think right there, maybe Sweet Spot, 1st, 2nd grade. All right, let's see. I'm a squirrel teacher. There we go. I am a teacher, just a different kind of teacher, right? Yeah. A teacher of life. Annette's daughter taught sixth grade this year. After 2 days, she called me and said, "Is it possible for them to all be bipolar hormones?" So this is something that's really interesting. We have two boys, Jack and Sam. I had a sister, so very familiar with hormones as a girl. As a young girl, being a teen, preteen, and going through all the emotions. I had no idea that. I gotta just word this correctly. Males, okay, can go through that too. One of our boys had lots of hormones, lots of emotions, and I didn't know that was a thing in males, young males. So that was very interesting to me. All right. April said her mom said fifth grader was the sweet spot, old enough to door teacher, but old enough to get the jokes. That was 40 years ago, right? Definitely different jokes 40 years ago, for sure. It's funny. I was I don't know. I was on the Peloton treadmill earlier this week, and there's one of the trainers that I love, Kirsten Ferguson, and she always just says things. She says things that just really like hit me. And so I always have my phone there because I'm always like, sending myself texts of the things that she says. And one of the things that she said this week is that validation is for parking. And I had sent that to some close friends, and I said, as someone that struggles with validation, I do, oh, Reggie, come on. No, you can't be there. Go get in your bucket, buddy. Get in your bucket. That is such a great reminder that you don't need to rely on other people for validation. And so we were just chatting about that in this group chat, and one of my friend Karen said, that's interesting because that's kind of a generational thing. The word validation, because we think, right? Because back in the day when I was in high school and college, you'd go to the mall and you need a parking validation to get out of the parking garage, or you had to pay. So she said that's an interesting term because a lot of people these days, younger generations, might not get that validation is for parking. So long way to circle back to the jokes changing. But yeah, how as we start to get older, the things that make sense to us don't necessarily make sense to people that are younger than us, right? But I like that one. Validation is for parking. Keep that one right up here, right? Jay, I love that, Jay. Jay said, "I've been hearing all about your lives from the Joyful Sojourn and have been looking forward to hanging out all week." I love that, and welcome to you. Yes, Elizabeth is wonderful. We had a chance to meet in person in the Little Craft Fest in April, and yeah, she's wonderful. Wonderful. All right, so welcome to you. Deborah, nobody tells you that about boys. I know we know about girls and emotions and hormones and all that, but yeah, nobody tells us about boys. Karen said boys are their own sort of human, right? They are, right? Christy. So Christy, I'm going to read your comment, and then I'm actually going to throw this out to the group. Christy said, "Any advice for a new creative lister? I've been watching as many past videos as possible." I'll give you a couple pieces, and then I will let people that are here live jump in. Number one, only takes two things: something to write with, something to write on. So don't get consumed by having all the things. I think that's really important because we don't want to have all the things, or not having all the things distract us from really doing what it is we want to do, which is kind of documenting and telling our story. All right. That's the first thing. The other one, and I don't know, I think people get frustrated when I say this, but I say just do it. Just dive in and do it. Like, take a cue from Nike. Just do it. Because I hear too often from people, I don't know where to start. I don't want to start in the wrong place. And I say, honestly, there really is nowhere to start. You just jump in. You pick a list topic that speaks to you and jump in. There are a couple that I can suggest that I think make it a little bit easier to jump in. One is something we do every month, and it's called About Last Month. And you're basically just making a list of the things that you did last month, or things in your life. Maybe people, it could be just you, it could be your family. But I think that's a really easy one to get started with. So, About Last Month. Another one is one that we're going to do today, is things I'm looking forward to. We do that list 6 times a year. We do it, things I'm looking forward to this year. And then we do it seasonally: spring, summer, winter, fall. And then we also do a Christmas. And then we also, actually there's 7, I think. Then we always do things I'm looking forward to next year. So that's a really easy one. because I think you can always find things you're looking forward to. And we'll talk about that one more when we dive into that list, because that's the first list we're going to start with. I will tell you, I taught a kind of introduction to creative listing workshop in April at Little Craft Fest. And it is on my list to turn that into a free workshop that anyone can download. Now, that they had a nice healthy kit that went with it. So that kit will be available that you can purchase a la carte. But just kind of you're brand new to listing, you're intrigued by it, you have no idea kind of what it is or how to get started. So that I have the whole PowerPoint, but I just need to turn it into like me talking and showing examples. So that will come at some point this summer. So stay tuned for that. I get asked for that a lot. Kind of, I'm brand new, I'm a newbie. Where do I start? What do I do? Advice. But I love it. It looks like you guys are adding in the chat a ton of advice. So I love that. And I say I can give you all the advice, but sometimes it's better to hear advice from people like you and not me, right? Love that. Just start. That's a good one. I love it. Do you? Yep. I always say you do you. You do you. Whatever it is. Whatever works for you. This is a fun one. Candace just suggested maybe make a list of lists you could make. List of lists you want to make, right? I have lots of those in my little handy dandy workbook. That's kind of a funny. So, because I have to have all of these list ideas going, right? Because, lots of list ideas. I have to have all of these for us because constantly new list ideas are coming. So yeah, I always have a running list of lists, but I love that suggestion. That's a great idea. Diane, you found what you were looking for. I love it. Good, good, good. Christy said, so much encouragement. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Lael, for your heartfelt advice. I'm just so happy you're here, Christy. And I love it because I think what we do is really important. And that is the perfect segue to something that I want to share. In the Lael by Mail Facebook group, actually, I think I'll rotate the camera for this just so you can see it, just so I'm not holding this up. So let's do that. Let me turn off the overhead lights and rotate the camera, and then we will dive in, okay? All right. Whoa, whoopsie. Sorry. Didn't quite get that where I wanted it to be. Sorry for all that jumble there. All right, let's get the lights. Lights, camera, action. Reggie's in his bucket, so we're good. He's hopefully gonna sleep the whole time. He definitely wanted to join us last week, didn't he? If you were with us last week, Reggie's the cat. I don't know, Reggie's our fourth cat? Yeah, fourth cat. I'd never had cats until I graduated from college, but we are a cat family. We've been a cat family. I've been a cat person, cat family ever since. All right, let's plug in. Oh, yes, I remember because Terry, someone reminded me, Terry and Colleen, neither of them are here today. And so they always remind me to plug in. So, all right, let me just check very quickly. I see something. April said, question, the travel class PDF says more lessons coming. Have those already been added or are they still coming? So April, it depends on when you would have purchased maybe. There was one more that was coming and it's been coming for a year. And honestly, I'm just not ready to do it. And really what that one was is taking a trip and then creating a photo book like Snapchat or Apple or something like that. So I've got to figure out the best way to, I know I still want to do that personally, but I have to figure out the best way how to show you how to do that without it being, specific to a particular like printable book platform. There is a new lesson coming though. What we're talking about is the Document Your Travels e-course. There is a new lesson coming and it is on my calendar right now for Friday, and it is using the newer Document Your Travels Traveler's Notebook insert, and what I did, how I used that on a trip that we took last month. So that is coming this Friday, so watch for that. Carrie said, I feel like I also want to start my About Less Month series at the beginning, and now I'm in June. So, Carrie, did you start it yet or you haven't? Just curious. All right. So, I wanted to share this. Someone in our Facebook group, Vicki Jones, shared this photo earlier this week, and I thought it just so perfectly explains why I believe what we do in our creative listing and our documenting and our telling our story is so, so, so important. So Vicki shared that her father had passed away a couple of years ago, and they were recently going through some of his things, and they found this. And I didn't ask Vicki if I could share it. I know Vicki, she wouldn't care. But I figured since she posted it in the Facebook group, it would be okay. She found this. This was a list that her father had made. She said back in the 1970s, early 1970s, and it was a list of the highest peaks he had climbed. He has a list of 8 things. He listed the peaks and then the dates. And when I saw this, I thought, oh my goodness, like this, you guys, is why we do what we do. This is why we take all the time. This is why we get together. This is why you do it on your own time, because this is a piece of her father. Her father is no longer here. This is a piece of her father that I'm sure she knew that he liked to climb, although this wasn't from, I think I had misinterpreted. It's not from 1972 because these dates aren't from 1972. I don't know when it was. Anyhow, maybe she said he started climbing in 1972, whatever it was. But this is a piece of her father that she may have never known. She may have known that he climbed. She probably did. But she probably didn't know all the places he had climbed, when he climbed them. She had said in that post that his goal, I think, was to climb all of the highest peaks in North America or something. But then what she did with this list, you guys, she took this list and she turned it into an entry in her traveler's notebook, so that she photocopied this, made it smaller, and put it in her traveler's notebook. So the fact that it's in his handwriting, total piece of him. So I thought this was such a great example of why we do what we do. So if anybody ever tells you that's silly, what do you mean you're making a list? That's just silly. This is why, because one day I would like to think, when I'm no longer here, that someone might stumble upon all of my listing traveler's notebooks and learn so much about me, especially when I think about maybe our kids later in life, maybe potential grandkids if we have any. So I just love that. And I loved so much that she shared that in the Facebook group. I just thought that was just amazing. Just amazing. All right. Annette said, yeah, list is priceless, and in his own handwriting, what a treasure. I'll also get on my soapbox for just one more minute. This is also why I encourage you to use your own handwriting, even if you really don't like your handwriting, because this takes on such a different meaning in his own handwriting as opposed to if it was like typed on a typewriter or typed on a, computer. It just takes on such a different meaning. So, yes, so special. So special. All right. So what we're actually going to start out with is a little tutorial. We're going to try something. I saw this on Instagram earlier this week, and I had saved it in my Instagram folders because I thought it might be fun for us to take a look at. And then a couple days ago, I think Kathy Mitchell, maybe? Someone in the Facebook group actually shared the same thing, and I thought, ooh, we really need to do this. We're going to take a look and see how this works. So this little tutorial has to do with 6x6 papers. In the scrapbook world for a long time, there have been 6x6 paper pads. I don't ever use a 6x6 paper pad because I don't buy them, because I primarily use traveler's notebooks. But sometimes I am cutting my 12x12 papers down. And so when I saw this, I thought, oh, we need to kind of play with this and see how it would work. So this woman was showing how you could take a 6x6 paper and turn it into a full background page on your traveler's notebook. Now, one thing to kind of be aware of here, and I'm going to pull out a different type of traveler's notebook insert really quickly, just for example purposes. The Traveler's Notebook inserts that I use are standard wide, and they're the ones that I manufacture. So standard wide. This is 5 inches wide by 8¼ inches tall. Standard in comparison is same height, 8¼ inches tall, but it is 4.33 inches wide. So what we're going to see is it works really well in a 4.33 inches wide. It's a little bit narrower in our standard wide, okay? But we'll take a look at it in both cases. So this tutorial, well, it was really quick. It lasted, I don't know, maybe a minute. What did I do with my trimmer? Shows you how to take a 6x6 paper and make it work in your Traveler's Notebook. So super simple. And I pulled out a couple of different patterns because the pattern that you use is, some patterns won't necessarily work, all right? So I'm going to start with this guy first. This is a super neutral. There's really no direction to the pattern, right? So what you do when you have your 6x6 paper is you turn it so you have the points at the top and bottom. So we're looking at a diamond now instead of a square, all right? So a diamond. We want to cut that in half in a diamond shape. Well, it'll give us 2 triangles, right? There we go. All right. Then we are going to take one of those triangles and we're going to cut it in half again, like this. All right. So there we go. We have our 3 pieces. We started here. However we started. There we go. Oh my gosh. What did I do? Well, sorry. This is how we, oh my God. Well, now I'm going to show you how it works. This is really funny. I had to draw myself a picture. So here, this is funny. Here we start. There's our square. You're turning it so the points at the top and bottom cutting. Then you're taking one of those halves, triangle that you just cut, and you're cutting that again. And then we do this. I just made it. Hang on. Then we do this. Take your point like that. Put that piece there. And that piece there. All right, so we just turned a square into a rectangle. So that could work in our Traveler's Notebook. So if we're using a standard, it works really well in a standard. So we go like that. And we go like that. And we go like that. We just need to kind of trim that a little bit. All right. Now, if we're using a standard wide, which is what I use, which is what I think most of you use, many of us use a standard wide because they're what I have, we are narrower, right? But when you think about when we're working in our Traveler's Notebook, I always have a little bit of a border. So you might just have, if you did it that way, just a little bit more of a white border all the way around. All right, so that worked really well with a pattern like that because there's really no direction to the pattern, right? So then let's take something like this one where there's still no direction to the pattern. It doesn't really matter which way I turn it. However, it will get a little bit, I don't know, dicier when I go to put it back together. Dicey. I don't know, as far as, you know, cutting paper can get dicey, I guess. All right, so there we go, and we'll take another one of those again. That guy in half. And when we do it this way, oh, wow. Okay, I did not expect to see that. There's some kind of crazy math going on there. But look at, with that lines up perfectly. Like that plaid lines up perfectly. Wow, I never would have expected that. All right, so now let's try another one just to see what happens. And this is just to kind of show you that you want to be, Reggie here, you want to be thinking about what paper that you're going to do this with before you do it, because I don't know what does math work too. Well, Okay. Oops, I didn't quite get that cut properly, but that's all right. Like, you guys, I'm like flabbergasted. The reason why I pulled out 3 different patterns was because this was the one I was planning on doing, and then this morning I thought, well, you know what? I better get some more basic patterns because it'll be all weird. It won't match up. But look at that. So anyhow, I guess the moral of the story is still kind of pay attention to what you're doing. I mean, this one doesn't work, right? This one for sure doesn't work. So I guess it just depends on how you're putting things together. Now, here's another thing that you could do. So you could start to get creative and do something like this. Maybe you have patterns that really don't work together at all. What if you did something like, that one just got a little blip on it there. You could do something like that, where you could completely, excuse me, you could completely kind of mix up, especially if you have a lot of different 6x6 pads. Just go to town, right? Just start cutting your squares and then cutting your triangles and then kind of piece everything together. So that was kind of fun. We might use one. We might use that. I don't know. We'll see. All right. I thought when I saw that, I'm like, golly, that's fascinating. And then it was so funny that someone else posted that in the Facebook group. All right. So let's start out by taking a look at the 3 lists that we did together last week. I don't know. 2 of the 3 are definitely some of my most favorite lists. Oh, that's not me creating magic. I just followed someone's instructions, but it's pretty cool, right? That's pretty cool. Carrie, I love the shock whale of it actually lining up. Yeah, that was, so now you know I didn't try it ahead of time. All I did was make my little diagram up top so I knew what to do. Yeah, I didn't try to get it ahead of time. That's how you know it's live. It's not scripted. Nothing here is ever scripted, my friends. All right. So we did 3 lists last week. The first one is things turning 25 in 2025. Now, there was only one thing on my list that I knew ahead of time, and that was our son, Sam. I knew that Sam was turning 25 in 2025, right? Born in 2000, so it's really easy to remember his birthday. But for the rest of them, I had no clue. I had to Google. My list ended up being definitely more geared toward songs and movies as opposed to people, because when I started looking at the people other than Sam, our son, that were turning 25 in 2025, I had no clue who they were. I had absolutely no clue who they were, right? So we had fun with this one. Things like the Razor scooters, the Segway, Oops, I Did It Again by Britney Spears, some movies, X-Men, Castaway, Meet the Parents. Anyhow, so we had a lot of fun on that one. I made a little pocket using the envelope stamp and die set. Used some product, paper, and that little die cut from the Simple Stories Sunny Days collection. But this is one of the things I love the most about crafting with you guys, right? And I remember it was April. So I had printed out 2 photos. They were the exact same photos. 2 photos of Sam holding Reggie in front of Sam's birthday door. Because I wasn't sure, I thought, one, either I want to tuck it in, either I want to tuck the whole photo into the pocket, or I might want to go back to my early roots of scrapbooking and kind of cut around his head. And I had both, and I'm like, I don't know, which one should I use? And April said you should layer them. So you should layer them on top of each other. So that's what I did. That's how you get that little dimension. Now, I used pop dots to layer. So you'd really be able to tell that those pieces were layered. I generally don't use any kind of dimension like that in my traveler's notebook. And I always caution you of doing something like that, because when you get to the next page and you go to start doing any of your listing, sometimes it can wreak havoc, especially in places like this, where this would probably be fine because it's all raised. But if you're writing and you're writing, you know, I'm here, I'm writing, and all of a sudden I jump from here up to here. Sometimes dimension doesn't work as well in your inserts, but this is what I figured. I'm towards the end of my traveler's notebook. I knew when I was doing this list, well, instead of writing over here, I'll just put my photo over here. And then once I get to this point, I'm probably fine, especially if I put my a pencil board underneath this. So I wasn't really worried about that, but I loved how that turned out. So you can always do something like that. Take the same photo, get out your little scissors, fussy cut it, kind of create a little silhouette like that. And that just tucked into the pocket. So that was fun. That was a lot of fun. Diana, that's a great, isn't that a fun photo of the two of them? Yep, that's Sam standing in front of his birthday door last year. Our second list was glimmers. So glimmers is a list that we do on a monthly basis. We've been doing this one since December. The whole concept about glimmers. Glimmers are just little things you notice in your day. Little ordinary, regular things that maybe give you a little glimmer of hope or give you a little spark of light. So some things on my list. This list was a little bit different for me because this one, I decided to do glimmers from our trip to the Oregon coast. Normally, it's just glimmers that I noticed last month. Let me just find one of the last ones that we did. There we go. This was just a glimmers for the month of April, just some things that I noticed. One day, Nick and I were out walking and I saw a little girl blowing bubbles. And that was just like, oh, that's so sweet. Anyhow, so that's kind of an example of a glimmer. But this one, these were glimmers specific to our trip on the Oregon coast. Things like bald eagles flying over the ocean as we walked along the beach. Watching a young dad teach his boys how to fly a kite. So just things that just kind of give you a little just like glimmer of sunshine, a glimmer of happiness, glimmer of peace. There's something about glimmers that they say that if it's something that as you start to kind of look for them and be aware of them, the more you recognize them, the more you see them. And I don't know about you guys, but I can always use a nice little glimmer of hope or ray of sunshine in my life. So it's something that I've definitely started since December kind of looking for in my life. And now it's funny because Nick, I talked to Nick about my glimmers. So now he knows about glimmers. Nick's my husband. And sometimes I'll be like, oh, look, there's a glimmer. So it's kind of fun to bring other people, into that with you, especially if you have younger kids in your life. That could be a really cool thing, I think, to try to teach younger people at an early age to look for things like that. A lot of my glimmers often have to do with nature, and that's just me, but I always love it when they do that, when we do that list. And that over here, that's a full page photo that I took on our trip. I used some rub-ons on top and then stamped and then used the die on that little camera. So that was our second list. Next one is world tour and only a backpack. So basically, if I was going on a trip around the world and I could only take a backpack, what would I take with me? That we had a lot of fun with. We got to really pare things down. Like I'm taking one pair of underwear and only one because I'm wearing the second pair. So I have two pair of underwear. I can wash, I can do whatever I need. I need to have toothbrush and toothpaste. One change of clothes, again, because I'm wearing one. And if all I have is a backpack, there are certain things I need to have. So I've got to, pick and choose where I need. But we had a lot of fun with that one. And that one we used die cuts and one of the papers from Postcards and Passports collection. All right, friends. So that was, those were our three lists from last week. I love what Christy said. I have been noticing more glimmers since I started my traveler's notebook. It's a good reminder to appreciate the little things right in front of you. 100%. 100%. Yeah, Carrie, that's a photo. I will tell you guys, the stamp and die release for July, mid-July, is all wrapped up. And there is a new Glimmers 2 stamp set coming. So very excited about that. All right, as we dive in. Our first list today, let's just take a quick hydration break. Ooh, guess what? Guess what I forgot to do? And Nick is on a hike, so Nick will not be helping me. There's hardly any water in there. So let me go fill this really quick. I will be right back, okay? Grab something to drink while you're at it. It's important to hydrate. accidentally dropped 2 of my electrolyte tablets in there. 2 instead of 1, so that's going to be quite salty, but it will be good. It will be good. Christy, hide my wallet. Annette, I love that. So Annette said, just some info for us planner girls. Traveler's Notebook Standard Wide is the same size as an A5 Slim. There are so many different sizes out there, right? A5 Slim. That's good to know, though. I did not know that. All right. So our first list today is things I'm looking forward to this summer. So Jay, this is really funny, just really quickly about that sign. I didn't always have that sign. That is a sign that I had to write on the back. Lindsay Hellman made for me, and she made it. She emailed it to me. I printed it out and laminated it because every once in a while I need to go. Oh, I forgot that, or I got it. Really quickly. And so I'd be like, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Nobody go away. And if you happen to just join in the session and all you saw was something blank, you'd think that something was wrong and you lost it or whatever. So yes, that is so fun. That was so sweet of her. So thoughtful of her to send that to me. So that's always helpful. All right. Okay. I was reading the chat for a minute. So our first list is things I'm looking forward to this summer. This list, the origin of this list actually started during the pandemic. Because it felt like we had nothing to look forward to, right? Especially in the early days of the pandemic, it felt like we had nothing to look forward to. So that is when I started doing a things to look forward to list. So probably, I don't know, probably 2020, things I'm looking forward to. And then it's evolved over time, right? So as I said, I think we do this list 7 times a year. Start of a new year, end of a year, seasonally, and then Christmas. So we are doing things I look forward to this summer. I totally forgot about this. Usually we do this like in early May, but I forgot. So here we are. In the listing with Lael idea books, you have, and these are in every book. So this is the original. This is 2020 to 2022. You have a chapter that says beginning and end. So beginning and end. This is starting with page 11. Looking forward to in 2021. Looking forward to in 2022. Okay, not that one. That was not the one then when we started doing it seasonally. So I'll grab another one. This was last year, or this year's, volume 3, 2024. So beginning and end, we have, here we go. Wait, where are they? Why aren't they here? Oh, I know. Okay, sorry. They're in the seasons. They are in seasons. I'm like, wait a minute. I know we've done these. Here we go. Oh my gosh, Lael, don't prove me wrong. Hold on. This is really gonna now frustrate me. Because look there's one. I know they're here. Now, just know I have to do this because it's just really gonna bother me. Because I'm like, where are they? There we go. Looking forward, not seasons. Looking forward to this year, looking forward to this winter, looking forward to this spring, looking forward to this summer, looking forward to this fall, looking forward to this Christmas. All right, so that will give you, if you have any of the listing with Lael idea books, then you can kind of get a feel for the different ways that I've done that list. We are using, for this list, a stamp set that is called All the Things. All the Things. So All the Things, I call it kind of a Garanimals list. That really ages me, Garanimals, where you'd match the shirts to the pants and the shorts and the skirts and the tops and all of that. So this stamp set is kind of a mix and match. So you have things, kind of your little prompts my favorite things about, things I'm, things I'd like to, things I. And you pair those with the handwritten words. My favorite things about fall, spring, summer, this year, last year, things I'm looking forward to next month, this summer, this fall, next year, things I'd like to do over, things I'd like to try, things I'd like to forget, things I'd like to remember, things I wish, learned, appreciate, like, believe, did well. Anyhow, so you have that kind of mix and match little session. All right, so let's do this. We are going to do things I'm. Get this little thing out, so just put those on there. Things I'm, and then we want looking forward to, and then we want the word this up here. And I'm going to pull out two different summer stamps. I'm going to pull out summer from this set, and I'm going to try two different things. I'm also going to pull out summer from the spring, summer, season pass stamp set, and that is that summer. So I'm going to see if I want to switch it up. Put that there. All right. So for the product that I'm using today, on two of my three lists, I'm going to be using product from the Spring Summer Season Pass. So if you are not familiar with the Season Pass is a program that I introduced in December of last year, and it is a quarterly kit, a quarterly collection of product that is seasonal. So, for example, the Winter Spring Season Pass had product for January, February, March, or kind of winter love theme and spring. The Spring Summer Season Pass, April, May, June. So for Easter, summer, and then it's really Easter, spring, and then more summer. And then the one that just released last week is the Summer Fall Season Pass for July, August, September. Last week, we did two giveaways, one live and one after party, and two lucky winners received the Summer Fall Season Pass. And because today I am using the products from Spring Summer Season Pass, that is going to be both of our giveaways today. So for the live giveaway and also for the after party giveaway. I will tell you, as we start to wind down the number of kits that we have for seasons, so for winter, spring, and spring, summer, I have made available some a la carte products. So as I'm using product in the Spring Summer Season Pass, you will see the Spring Summer Season Pass on the website, either as the whole kit, but you will also see it broken out. So if you're like, oh, I really like those papers, or oh, I really want those die cuts. Now, I won't always do that. It just, as we start to get kind of towards the last amount of kits, then I'll start sharing some of the extras on the website. All right, let me have another sip. I will tell you, Christy just apologized. She said, Lael, not Leo, darn Voice text. I never get offended when someone types or says my name differently, because I've had my name my whole life and it happens all the time. Usually what happens is it auto corrects to Layla. All right, so we're going to start out with, I have separated here. These are the die cuts from the Spring Summer Season Pass. I've pulled out the ones for May and the ones for June. Because I will be using the ones for June on this list, I'm going to be using the ones for May on one of our next lists. So basically you have it's kind of in half, like this. This is June, this is May, but they're all in the same pack, so it doesn't really matter. But as you see them, they all kind of really go together as well. So you could use them monthly, like I have, into setting up my traveler's notebooks, or mix them all together. I have pulled out these guys. All right, these are slip covers for my traveler's notebook inserts that I had made. One of the things that I use the season pass for every month is to set up my traveler's notebook every month. So this is my setup for the month of June. So I have all my pockets nice and cutely decorated. I have my two inserts slip covered. One of those is calendar. So I've used die cuts and stamps to decorate my calendar and slip cover my inserts. Now I always have two sets because I have my sample, and then when we do class, then I make another set. And I always get tons of questions when we move out of a month, like when we move out of June into July, what do I do with all these things? And so what I thought would be fun is to take some of these things that I had and use them in my list. And these are just papers from the season pass kit. So as I open this up, well, this right here is perfect to use as a background for one of my pages on my list, right? So I'm just going to, and in the kit, this is a full 12 by 12 piece of paper, but it's just, I've made it smaller because obviously slip covering my insert. When I am working with a background like this little guide, that is background, I'm trimming my papers to 4 3/4 wide by 8 inches tall. And that is because I'm most often, 4 3/4 wide by 8 inches tall, so I can have a nice white border all the way around. So we want this one to be 4 3/4 wide, like that, and 8 inches tall. So I'm basically recycling 8 inches tall. All right, so this will be one of my pages. Not quite sure which one yet. I could use the back side of that, but I won't use the back side of that because I'll use that for some some camping list. Some of the other papers that are more kind of particular to the month of June in that kit, this guy. So I thought it might be fun to use that here. I also have, these are kind of your A sides and your B sides. I also have that second slip cover, right? I have this. So I could cut this and use this over here, but that's too many. I think for me, that's like too many icons happening there. So I won't use that side, but I could use this side over here, right? So if we look at that, it just is going to give me a totally different look if I go with the green or if I go with that. But there's a way I'm going to use both, okay? I'm going to use all three of these patterns, and I'll show you how. Let me first start out by trimming this guy. I need this one to also be 4 3/4 by 8. All right. And then this guy. Let's come in and just get a piece of this. I think I'm going to make this 2.5. 2.5. I'm going to cut it 3, and then if I want to make it narrower, I can. If I've cut it too narrow, I can't go back. Now, the pieces that I have left over, I can deconstruct these, right? If I wanted to continue to use the rest of these pieces, since we're assuming that it's now July and I'm moving out of my June setup, right? I can start pulling all these pieces apart. I can use that for something. In fact, maybe I'll use this guy. But I'll show you, all these pieces are in the kit. All these pieces come from the spring, summer season pass. All right, So move that out of there because that's got sticky on it. That's going to cause me a problem if I don't stick that to something. It will end up getting picked up on something else. All right, so we have our 3 pieces. We have this over here. We have this guy is going to go right in here. Actually, I need to trim that. I trim the height of that. I don't think I trimmed that to 8. No, I didn't. It's still 8 1/4. All right. So I'm going to work off the page on this side for making my list. All right, so I'll kind of explain what I mean there. Once I get far enough in my traveler's notebook, it gets a little bit more difficult to work in, right? Just because it's got all these pages and it tends to want to roll right there, right? Because there's so many good things in there. So if I can start over here, makes it a little bit easier. For my list, I won't make my list on either of those papers. So these will just be the base. I am going to grab a piece of 12 by 12 notebook paper. This in the in the spring summer season pass just happens to be on the back side of the cover sheet. So you have that fun usable pattern on the back there. That is what I'm going to use to make my list on. If you saw the What's New Wednesday this week, I just released both the lined version of the 12 by 12 in the notebook and then also a graph or grid version in 12 by 12. And those now you can purchase in 12 by 12 packs. And nothing, well, it's actually, they're just double-sided, line and line on both sides. But that is from the season pass, and that's just the back side of that sheet. So I'm going to, let's see. This usually ends up about being 4 or 3 3/4 by 7. I usually just eyeball it, and then when I cut it, I'm like, oh yeah, that's usually about right where it sits. All right, let's see what we end up with there. Now, these are also available in 6 by 8 sizes. So 6 by 8 paper pack that has your line and your grid. Yep, that's dead on 7. Isn't that funny? Eyeball it, it's always about that. So that ends up being 7 by 4 by 7. So that will be the base of my list. And I think I'm just rotated it. The reason why I rotated it, you have that kind of white strip at the bottom. And to me, that looks odd. It looks really odd having that white strip at the bottom. And I just like to explain why I do things when I do them. Because you might be like, what the heck? Why did she just do that? Just because it looked odd to me. It looked really top heavy. All right, so now we need to find an ink color. And I will either use the pink or I will use the blue. So let's take a look. These are all of my ink swatches. I have swatched all of my Distress Oxide inks. Distress Oxides are primarily what I use. Well, primarily. I use only Distress Oxides with the exception of black. So I've swatched all my colors, so it makes it really easy for me to find what I'm looking for. Picked Raspberry would definitely be it if we go that route, or blue, blue, blue. Blueprint Sketch, Prize Ribbon. Chipped Sapphire is a little bit too dark. Prize Ribbon. I think Prize Ribbon is probably going to be our closest bet. So let's pull both of those. Prize Ribbon and Picked Raspberry. There's one. And Prize Ribbon. Oh yeah. So I did mention a giveaway, didn't I? when I said that I always do live giveaways. So today's live giveaway is a spring summer season pass. The way you participate in a live giveaway is through the chat. So I'll work for a little bit, and at some point I will stop and I will say, okay, I'm stopping, and I will roll my finger up in the chat. Wherever my finger stops, that's the person that wins, okay? So we always do a live giveaway, but then also always do an after party. After party, live giveaway, you have to be here live. But after party, anyone can participate. You don't have to be here live. And we do that through the comments on the video once the video is over. So I'll talk about that one later. But you want to participate in today's giveaway, just start chatting away. All right, so what I'm going to do, you may notice that this isn't quite white. It's a little bit more of a little bit of an off-white. And so when I see those two together, it's not bad, but it just is a little bit noticeable to me. So what I'm going to do is get out the, I think, prize ribbon. I'm going to get out prize ribbon, my prize ribbon little foam blender here. And I'm putting that little foam on top of that little blending tool. And I want to press down to make sure it's nice and set. Okay, so it's nice and set. It's just Velcroed on there now. And I'm going to ink up that foam blending tool. So just kind of circular motion in my ink pad there. So it's picked up some ink, and now I am just going to use that tool to ink the edges. It's almost like I have prize ribbon cardstock that I have matted to my little piece of white lined paper here, right? It is just going to kind of take the harshness of that white sitting on that blue and cream background. It's just going to help it to kind of blend in a little bit. If you are here for mixed media, that's as much as you get from me. I am not a mixed media person. This is, I use ink for two things. This, inking the edges of things, and stamping. There's some amazing things you can do with Distress inks and Distress Oxide inks, but I just don't do them. All right, so do you see how that just really kind of helped to tone that down? It just kind of helped it to blend in a little bit. As well, I was going to say as opposed to that, but you can't see that because that's the back of the, here, let's just pretend. So that's what it looked like before. And then that's what it looks like once you have just kind of helped to soften it up and just kind of blend it in a little bit. All right, so let me put this back. These are my ink blending foam storage kits. So if you use little ink blending foams, this is a great way to store all of your little foam heads. And then you know what color is what because you have used the pieces in the kit to do that. So it's those little boxes. There are, I think we have 12 different ink options now. So if there's an ink option that you're like, oh, I think I want to do this, and we don't have the ink option, just tell me and we can make that happen. But each of those little kits includes 2 of your pre-printed sheets for whatever the ink brand is and ink type. There are 20 little squares on each of those papers. So front to back, you can swatch up to 40 in a box. You also have 40 of your pre-punched circles, and then you are inking up your circles. You are writing your names on the circles. And then also on your little sheet there, you're also writing the names. So it's really easy to keep your things organized. The other thing that's really important is that you really don't want to cross-contaminate your little foams. So if you have a foam that you're using picked raspberry for, and you decide you want to use spun sugar. Well, really don't want to do that because you're not going to end up with spun sugar if you already have picked raspberry on there and vice versa. The other thing is you don't ever want to cross-contaminate your types of ink. So for example, you have distress oxide inks and distress inks. They different properties. Distress inks are a dye-based ink, and your oxides are a hybrid, a pigment / dye-based ink. But your inks like that, pigment versus dye, have different properties. And if you are using the same little foam for the same color, spun sugar, but you're using it for your distress and your distress oxides, you're cross-contaminating, and you are really starting to mess with the different properties that each of those inks have. That's assuming if you're using them for mixed media. If not, then probably doesn't matter. But anyhow, I have all 80. Look it, in those 2 little boxes, I have all 80 of my little foam heads there swatched. All right. Oh, get this guy away. So as we're going, what are you looking forward to this summer? What do you look forward to? Lots of things. Now, Cindy said nothing planned thus far for summer. And this is what I say. I say, so some of us think when it comes to a list like this, we have to have huge, amazing things planned. You could be looking forward to fresh fruits and vegetables. You could be looking forward to maybe your favorite author has a new book coming out. Maybe you are looking forward to watching Friends and Neighbors on Apple TV. Maybe you are looking forward to picking fresh flowers from your garden. Maybe you're looking forward to watching all the little neighborhood kids play games in the neighborhood. Maybe you are looking forward to going to lunch with a friend. So things on our list, remember, they're our lists. They're our own individual lists. Things I'm looking forward to, probably very different things than you're looking forward to, because I have some pretty big things happening this summer. But just kind of keep that in mind. If you think, well, I could never really do a list like this, things I'm looking forward to because I have nothing to look forward to. And I say, oh, come on, let's think about it. I'm sure we have some things that we can look forward to, right? And then if you're like, no, leave me alone, I'm like, okay, that's okay. You don't have to do every list, right? Maybe if you could do things I'm not looking forward to, that's okay to do too, right? That's totally okay to do. All right, so now we need to pick, I think I'm going to go with, I'm just going to embrace all the color. For my title, I am going to go with Picked Raspberry. So let me grab some stamping blocks here. That one. And that one. Yeah, that'll work. You'll notice I'm pulling out different size stamping blocks. That one. All right, maybe both of those. So when it comes to stamping, I have a lot of opinions. I haven't always been a stamper, probably the last 6 years. I started stamping probably about 6 years ago. And it's really probably been within the last 4 years, 5 years that I've really gotten into stamping. And there's some things I've learned along the way and some things that people don't necessarily tell you. So there's some things I've learned. I think one of the most important things is that when it comes to stamping, I think it's very helpful to have a variety of sizes of stamping blocks. I say right size your stamping block to your stamp, all right? So if you only have one stamping block, and that's okay. If you only have one, you only have one. No, that's okay. But if you only have one, you have to have probably a rather large one because it has to be the lowest common denominator, right? If you have a larger stamp, then you have to have a stamping block that works for your largest stamp, which totally works. Works great for your large stamp. But when you get to a little tiny stamp like this, it definitely works, but it is I think it's a lot more difficult to try to get a nice even impression because you've got all this extra stamp block, right? So if you can have a variety of different stamping blocks and you can right size your stamp to your stamping block, I think it makes stamping so much easier. And when it comes to stamping, I really believe you want it to be as easy as possible because a lot of people are like, ooh, I don't know how to stamp. I don't want to mess something up. So if you can set yourself up with a couple of things, I think it can make your life a lot easier. So first one, right size your stamps to your stamping block. So as I look at this, things I'm looking forward to this summer or potentially that summer. So I'm going to start with this guy first, my biggest one, looking forward to. Now, if you wanted, you could set up all of your stamps on your stamping block for that whole title. You could set them all up together. If you do that, you certainly can, and then you're only going to stamp once. For me, I don't like to do that because I like for my stamps to be as close together as possible. So if I am trying to put summer right here, I'm going to end up with some gaps. Gap there, and it's actually going to be more pronounced than that because there's all this extra material around the stamp. So I like to stamp all my stamps individually. So that's what I do. Another thing that I find is super helpful is to test your stamps. Test them first, right? I'm going to get this title stamped and then we'll do our giveaway, all right? Because some of you are like, oh my gosh, like, are you going to do this whole list? Like, what the heck, Lael? All right, so always test first. Always. Maybe you have a cat. Maybe you somehow ended up with one of your cat's hairs across your stamp. And if anything is on the surface of your stamp, it is going to prevent the ink from sticking in that area. So if I test it first, I'll see that. If I maybe didn't get good enough coverage, I'll see that and go, oh, okay, clearly I need to add more ink next time. I can also test the pressure. Maybe if it's a newer stamp and I'm not really certain how much pressure I need to apply, I can kind of play around with, do I need to press really hard on this or not much at all? If you are spelling a word, I find that is when it is extremely beneficial to let me just clean this off, this little part here. Extremely beneficial to test first to make sure that all your letters are lined up correctly and also to make sure you've spelled it right. You know, sometimes you're not really paying attention. Or sometimes you might do what I do and accidentally stamp the A backwards. And I did that a couple weeks ago. Things I'm looking forward to. All right. The next tip, don't rock your stamp. And again, these are all just in my opinion, so you do what you want to do, but I recommend you don't rock your stamp. And what I mean by that, I'm going to put that there just for a second, and I will show you what I mean by rocking your stamp, what happens when you rock your stamp. If you are rocking your stamp, like this. So when I say rock, I'm going to make this very pronounced. Like that and that, like back and forth. I'm like rocking that. If I am rocking that, I am putting, and actually it's not too bad. I am putting undue pressure up at the points where I'm rocking. So up at the top and up at the bottom. So this wasn't bad at all. Some of the stamps that you use, if you are rocking, you will see it get blurry down here and blurry up here because you are applying more pressure at the top and the bottom than you are in the center. Blurry, more pronounced, just depends. So I also recommend that you don't rock. Just nice, even pressure. A huge thing for me, and I actually only know this because I don't ever sit while I'm crafting. I always stand. If you are not a standing crafter, I recommend that you actually get up and stand while you are stamping. When you are sitting, these are your little T-Rex arms, okay? You don't have much range of motion in your arms when you are sitting. When you stand, you have much more range of motion, all right? For me, a good, nice, solid stamped impression has to do with leverage and range of motion. So if I'm coming from up here, as opposed to if I'm right here, my little T-Rex arms, I just get a much cleaner, nicer impression. So that's another tip. I stand when I stand. Now, I have a counter surface. This is my craft room. This is a counter height because I stand. If you don't have a desk that you craft on that is counter height, go somewhere where you have counter height, like in your kitchen or in your bathroom, right? Higher. It'll make it a little bit easier because if your desk is way down here, now you have too much range of motion, right? And then you're having to bend over and then your back hurts, right? We don't want that either. So stand. Let me just look at something here. I wanted to see. What did I call that? Looking forward. Okay. So I just wanted to see how I normally set these up. So I've set these up in a couple of different ways. On this one, the things I'm was a little bit more right justified. Also on this one, right justified. This one, the things I'm was more centered. So I just wanted a quick refresher on kind of what I did right justified. Oh, this one's a little bit more left justified. That's another thing that you can, they're definitely tend more towards the right justified, which is interesting. That's something that you can play with if you are testing over here. Well, we've already tested our first part of the title, so we can also test to see what this looks like. Do I like it here? I don't know. For some reason, I think I always like it there, so that's where I'm going to put it. Things I'm looking forward to. Now, when we talk about pressure and when we talk about rocking, this is a pretty detailed small stamp, right? When you look at that, I mean, it's not detailed, but it's pretty small, right? So if I am pressing, I'll do two things here. The first one is if I'm pressing really hard. Actually, you don't really see it. I was trying to rock and press really hard to show you. There we go. That's a gross over exaggeration. But do you see how that is like really kind of smushy? Whereas over here, that one's a little smushy. Differences in pressure and rocking will give you different results. So those weren't very good examples, but with some of your stamps and some of your inks tend to be like really juicy, and you might see it more prominently in a juicier ink. All right, I want to keep doing that so I don't, things I'm looking forward to. Now, what I wasn't sure about, I pulled out two different summers. Now I have this. Does that fit there? Not quite. When I say right size your stamping block, you don't want to go with a stamping block that's too small because that will not give you a good impression. You just don't know what's going to happen with the parts that are hanging off. That's what I wanted. Okay. Those two right here, that is a set of those little round cylinders. Amy is not with us today. Amy, my right hand, is usually here. She is out of town, but she is, what did I do that? She is usually here adding things in the chat for us. So you can, like, I'm like, oh, here are these, this is where to find these little guys. But you'll find it in the What I'm Using page on the website. All right, so this could go here. Now we'll check out two different summers. Nope. I know what this summer's going to look like because I always use this one. So I'm just going to put this guy down here just to see. What I wondered, and I don't know, this one might not work as well because it's different size. Because it's a handwritten font, right? But it's not, well, it's like a cursive font, but it is not mine. And it is going to maybe look odd with that. Although, let's just see here, Lil. So what are you looking forward to this summer? Did I already ask you that? Pipe up in the chat. I'm curious. See, because if, yeah, mean, we'd have to do that. But if we moved this over, so I really like that, but I think it will look a little bit odd. It's not different enough from the rest of this to be like, oh, didn't you have a word that says summer? You had to find a different summer. So we're going to stick with the summer that is in the All the Things stamp set. Candace said she loves the idea of having a notebook just for testing out stamping ink colors. I mean, you always, anytime we stamp, you always see me pull that out. I always pull that out just because it's a good, you know, it's just a good, I think a good habit to get into, because what we don't want to do is be stamping and not testing first and then discover something on our project that we could have discovered in a test, like a misspelled word or like a Reggie hair on our stamp or something like that. Or for some reason you didn't quite ink it up properly, or... All right, so there's your kind of Garanimal build a title. All right, so let's clean all these guys off. Let me get them cleaned off and put away, and then I will do our giveaway, okay? Pardon my reach there. Let's see, why did I put that away? Always clean your stamps right after you use them. It's so much easier. It's kind of like with your dishes, your dinner dishes. Once you're done with dinner, just go ahead and clean them off and put them in the dishwasher. So much easier to clean them, and as opposed to waiting till the morning. Same thing with your ink. If it totally dries, you just have to a little bit more elbow grease to get that ink off, you know. So, and always put them away. Put them away right away. Your stamps will last you a really long time if you take good care of them. Like anything, right? All right. I mean, you make a good investment in them, so you might as well take care of them so they take care of you. All right. Time for the giveaway. Let's go to, I'm scrolling. I went down to the bottom. Scroll. Cindy Hollenbach. Cindy, you are the random lucky winner of the Spring Summer Traveler's Notebook Kit, my friend. So please send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please write winner Spring Summer Season Pass. And put your mailing address in the body of the email, and we'll get that shipped off to you this week. I think I just called it something totally different. Did I call it the Spring Summer Traveler's Notebook Kit? That's why I got a little silent for a minute there. My mind was wandering, trying to figure out what I said. That is the Spring Summer Season Pass, which is not specifically a Traveler's Notebook Kit. You can use it for anything. Congratulations, Cindy. Now, friends, if you are not Cindy, do not be sad yet. Same prize in the after party. Same prize. What am I doing? For the after party. The way you participate in an after party prize is you leave a comment on the video when it is over. And then before we're listing again that morning, I draw a random lucky winner from those comments to win prize. Okay, so my next thing is, let me do this. I think I'm to the point now where I am going to insert these into my Traveler's Notebook because I need that. That's the next thing I'm going to do. And now that I see it, I can tell it's too wide. And I'll explain why in a minute. All right, so this, I find it like I said, the reason I did that here on the, oh, I haven't used adhesive yet. On off the page, I call that working off the page, is just, it's just a little bit easier when you're stamping to have that flat surface. But in a bit, we will not have a flat surface when we're stamping on our next list. And so I will show you what we use in that case. All right, now I need a corner rounder. I like to round my corners, the outside corners, because the corners of my inserts are rounded. So I like to just kind of match that up a little bit. And I missed, you guys, all kinds of chat. I missed all kinds of chat in when the giveaways happen. The chat tends to go fast and furious. So if I missed something that you wanted me to see in the chat during that time, please type it again. And if you type it in all uppercase, then it makes it really easy for me to see. Normally, when I am adhering something into my traveler's notebook, normally I use my tape runner, okay, my regular tape runner. But when we start to get to this point, I use a little bit of a different adhesive because gravity, right? If I try to use my regular tape runner, gravity is going to want to pop that side up because it's got to make that curve. So I want to use something a little bit stronger. So I'm using score tape. This is 1/2 inch score tape. And I am just putting it around the edges. Score tape is super, super, super sticky, which is a good thing. So gravity won't let that kind of pop up. But it's super, super, super sticky, which can also be a bad thing. And what I mean by that is, if you've ever used double-sided tape like that, you basically have one shot. It's like that, my gosh, Eminem, his one-shot song, right? You've got one shot. You have one shot to get it straight because it's so sticky. As soon as you even touch it, it's where it is. And sometimes you don't really get it straight the first time. So if you only peel back a little bit, only reveal a little bit of the sticky and leave that backing on. I'm going to do that on all 4 sides. And you'll notice the pieces that I'm kind of peeling off, they are facing the outside. That part's really important. So I'm just revealing a little bit. What that is going to do for me, it is going to let me, I'm turning this upside down, also turning this upside down because I'm right-handed. Much easier for me to do that. It gives me a little bit of a fudge factor, a little bit of a wiggle room. So look at, I can, if all that was removed, I would not be able to do that. It would be stuck. But what I can do is start to move this, start to finagle it, start to get it to where it looks like it's even. Looks like it's even. Okay, it looks like it's even. Now I'm going to press down on those areas where the backing was removed. And now I'm using these little guys as little tabs to just pull out the rest of it and then press down. Now that didn't, a little part of that broke on me, so hang on. Let me just pull that out. There we go. You want to be gentle when you pull that out because if it breaks, then you're going to go fishing for it. And that last one. So now that is going to stay. That part's not going to try to lift up on me with that stronger score tape. And that is not my tip. It's a tip I've shared with you, but it is a tip that my friend Joey that works for Photoplay taught me years ago. When she taught me that, I'm like, oh my gosh, that is great. That has saved my bacon so many times, I can't even tell you. All right, so now, because that's flat, I'm not worried. It's not going to want to pop, so I can use my regular, tape runner there. Kind of get that there. All right, there we go. Next up, I have this piece. I am going to make a little tip in. All right, now this is too wide for what I want to do. So I'm going to narrow that down and then I'll show you an example of what I'm going to do. We haven't done this in a while. It's been a kind of a long while. So I thought with all of these really fun summer icons, this would be fun to do. So it was 3. Let's try 2.5 and see what that maybe looks like. Yeah, I think that's going to be better. All right. For this, I need something called tip-in tape. Tip-in tape is a pretty awesome little product. You'll find this on my website, Tip-in tape. It is a clear matte PET tape. All right, some people call it PET, some people call it PET tape. It's like a polyethyl something or other, long word. I don't know what it means. But with this, we are using this clear tape to tip this in to the center of our notebook there. So it's going to be like a little mini page in there. Let me see if I can find the real version when we did this. Hold on. I am just looking behind me in my drawer of all of my traveler's notebooks. This one? Hang on. All of our lists. No, not there. I know it's a fall one. It's a fall list. I remember that. Oh, maybe here? This one? Well, this is a version, but this is totally different. This is a tip-in. Oh my gosh, this was October 2020. Favorite Halloween candy. This is a tip-in where we tipped in that whole pocket. So basically, we took, in this case, washi tape and tipped in that pocket to the center. But that's not the one I'm looking for. Is it in here? Hold on. Hold please. Let's see. If not, I will show it to you. I should have pulled this out earlier. Apologies. If not, I will show it to you in the idea book. Okay. Nope, that's not it. Oh, there's so many here. Maybe 2023? I don't think that was it either. No, it's not. Okay. I'll just show you in the idea book so I don't have to take 8 hours trying to find it. All right, so I know it's fall. So, fall 33. So this is the original. This is 2020 to 2023. If you are not familiar with the things I'm looking at here, there are now 3 idea books. The first one was our list that we did in 2020, 2021, and 2022. The second was 2023, and the third is 2024. So they always come out in the spring of the following year. All right, so let's look at this one. Okay, here we go. A little bit more difficult to see here, but do you see that center page? That center page, and I did that a little bit differently. I basically took one of the pages in the insert and trimmed it down and then added leaves so they hang off the edge. So that is one side and that is the other side. So you can kind of get a feel for what that looked like there. So that's basically what we're going to do here. But instead of using a page from the insert, we are going to use this guy. And we are going to tip it in. So with our tip-in tape here, I am going to cut a piece that is the length of that, which is 8 inches. I'm actually going to cut 2 pieces of that. Now, you don't necessarily need to have your tip-in tape be the full length of whatever it is you're tipping in. I've done it before where it's, maybe half. I just find that I like it when it's the full length. It just seems to be a lot sturdier. Now, you can use washi for this. I mean, and the one I showed you, that the Halloween one, you can definitely use washi. Washi, though, is not necessarily, in my opinion, the best thing to use for this. Washi isn't necessarily meant to be used functionally, to be like the page turned back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, right? Not really meant for that. So it will work, but not necessarily meant for that. The other thing is, if you've played around with a lot of different washi, you know that all washi is not created equal. Some washi is much stickier than others. And so if you have a washi that's not necessarily as sticky, I'll pull that back out, April. I just saw your question. Not necessarily as sticky that it's not going to work as well to hold your tip in. All right, now where did that go? Was it this one? Yes. So the candy bar wrappers. The candy bar wrappers, I went to Google. Google is the best photographer friend you're ever going to have and the best historian, right? I didn't have all these candy bars, and there's some of these candy bars that don't exist anymore, some Halloween candy. So I went to Google, found images of all these little candies, and saved the images to my computer, and then printed them out. I printed them out on white cardstock, and then I fussy cut them so they really do look like they are real candy wrappers. So it does come out. I ended up adhering them all together because I didn't want them to always fall out. So one falling out is quite a bit different than all of them falling out. And I just, Almond Joy is only on one side, but then basically did the same thing twice. So that just tucks right into my little pocket there. All right. So going back to this, now what I may do, before I decide which side I want to do this on, I'll probably do it this way. I think, do I want to tip in first? I think before I tip in, I'm going to add my little die cuts here. So going back to this little tray that I showed at the very beginning. These are the May and June die cuts from that spring summer season pass. So all I'm going to do is just start figuring out what I want to put where. So these little guys are just going to kind of hang off the edge of this piece, of that little tip in. Lots of fun pieces. The sun and my nails don't want that to come up. That little guy, Ferris wheel, beach ball. Lots of circles, huh? Let's see, because we just want to, I think, lay these down. We get a feel for what we want to do. Fun little beach umbrella. Now this guy was technically part of May, even though it's all the same die cut pack, but I thought it could certainly work, right? It certainly could work in this guy in our June. Little transistor radio for when you go to the beach. All right. I think that's probably pretty good to start. Now, I have them all laid out where I want them to be. And then there's dilemma, right? Because I'm like, oh man, now how am I going to get all those lifted back up and in the same spots that I like? I'm going to use this. This is highlighter tape. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 die cuts there. I am going to turn the 8 die cuts into 1 by taking this highlighter tape. So highlighter tape is repositionable, removable tape that is meant for highlighting, like, I'm going to put something there too. Highlighting like a book or a textbook. So it's removable. If you were using this tape like on a textbook or on a book, well, it would never, if it was regular tape, it would pull up the words, right? But because this is removable, repositionable, do we have everything attached? No, this guy's not attached yet. Okay. They should now all be attached together. So I took those 8 die cuts and now I've made them 1 die cut, 1 piece. Now I can easily turn it over, instead of them, I'm turning it over and add my adhesive. And that's in the exact spot where I wanted everything. That has been out of stock. It just came back in stock the other day. So it is now back in stock on the website. Now I'm just going to add a little bit extra to some of these little far away spots with that little glue pen. And we're now ready to pick that back up again. Oop, pick it back up again as 1 piece. And then lay it. Now that was funny what I did. I probably should not have. I put glue on some parts where we didn't want any glue, right? That's all right. But you'll notice how a lot of those pieces are hanging over the edge. That's going to give us a really neat look when we, yeah, we're gonna have to back those. A really neat look when it is setting against our other page. All right, so now let's just pull this back up. The other thing with washi, and again, washi, or sorry, we didn't talk about really washi for this. We talked about washi for something else. You could use washi for this, but if you've ever used washi for something like this, you know that sometimes the washi is actually peeling up part of the ink or part of the pattern, and we don't want that, right? Alrighty, there we go. Now it's sticking to my surface there. So when we bring that back in here, that's just going to give us kind of a nice, fun little effect there. So one of the reasons why I wanted to do this before I tipped that in, I wanted to be able to, if I felt like that was still a little bit too wide, I wanted to trim it down. And I feel like it's still a little bit too wide. So I haven't committed yet. I can still trim this down a little bit. Wanda just left a comment. I don't know. I just saw it. You didn't just leave it. But Wanda left a comment asking a question. How many squirrels, right? That's what the ladies here call themselves, the Squirrel Squad, because I squirrel a lot, get off topic. So how many of you been here since day one? That would be March 21st, 2020. How is it that I know that, right? Because that was early pandemic. That's when I first started doing these. All right, so now we are ready to put that in. Now, I am going to need to put some things on this opposite side because all these guys are hanging out, right? And I also already adhered them. So I'll just take some of the things that I have left over here, some of these little die cuts, and they don't need to go everywhere, right? And it's okay if some of the things are still poking out a little bit, if they're not fully covering. Cute little beach bag. Go right there. And, well, yeah, remember, over here, I was feeling like I needed to do something else. A little sun balm. Yeah, that's a cute one. That says sun balm or suntan lotion. Just put that right in there. Just to kind of fill that space a little bit more. It needs to go like that. All right, now back to our backside. Cute little, this is a thing that you can do. You know, sometimes you end up with bits and parts of collections. Maybe you've used a lot of things from a collection, but maybe not everything. You could mix and match, right? You could mix and match die cuts from different collections. They don't all have to be from the same collection as long as they're a summer theme maybe, or that little hat there. All right, we just need to cover up a couple more of these pieces. So maybe we do, this is our little swimsuit. Maybe our little swimsuit. Like a tankini. No, I do not wear a tankini. I'd like to wear a tankini. Tankini is, you know, like this, where it's the bottoms are a little higher and the top's a little lower. But yeah, that leaves a part of my body that I would rather not put on display, and that would be my tummy, my midsection. So tankinis, no tankinis for me. I like the idea of them, but I like the idea of a swimming costume. Like back in the day when they had, you know, the swimming costume, and they were like, the women's were like, had long sleeves and long pants, and right. All right, I missed tons of chat. Let's see. Let's see. I think we've got Erica said today is her first day. Welcome, welcome, Erica. Nice to have you. Nice to have everyone. You guys know that. But I always love it when we've got new people, and I always love it when the new people pop in and say hello. Because I get it. It can be, you know, you're coming into a place you've never been before and you don't know the people and you're like, hi. So welcome. And then I saw, let's see, Wanda, Kathy was here. Kathy was here from the very, yeah, some of you have been here since the day one. And now, I mean, I've been in this industry for a really long time. And so some of you really know me from day one, from like 20 some odd years ago. But day one of this, of all of our listing, it's just so fun. It's just been something that, whoopsie, lost some of my pieces of that list. It's just been something that was a really good thing that came out of the pandemic for me. I think for a lot of us, and we're still here, right? We're still, that's how you know I love it, because we're still here doing it. All right. So that is our little tip in. Now to get that in, this is where our tip and tape comes into play. So your tip and tape is, I need to write this down because before I'm like, what do you call these things? And you got the release paper. Release paper maybe? Release paper. So with that, I pull the release paper, but you'll notice it is split. So this bottom is not sticky, just the top part is sticky. So what that can let me do, and I actually like to start on the back side. I find it easier to start on the back side. So I'm going to take that part of the tip and tape that is sticky, and I am sticking it on there. Oopsie. And then the back side is not sticky yet because I haven't revealed or removed the release paper. Release paper, is that what we talked about calling it? I don't know what you call that, but it's a little long. All right, so now I can let that go. And again, upside down. Yeah, upside down. We are going to put that right there. The deeper you get into a traveler's notebook, the more you might have to play with it a little bit, just because I'm kind of trying to squeeze that in there and not get in the way of that part. But that is your clear tip and tape. And so I have just tipped that extra little piece in, or that extra little page in, right? Now we need to do it to this side. And I guess technically you don't need to do it to both sides. I always do, but you know what? Here, I might not, just because I am so deep into my traveler's notebook here. I think I'm going to try to not do it and see what happens. We'll see. We'll see how that holds up. All right. So there's the start of our list. That was a lot of playing, and we haven't even made a list yet, have we? All right. This little guy, I think that might be fun. I was thinking it'd be fun over here, but I think it actually might be more fun over here. Because then it's kind of fun because it hangs off the edge. And you know what? Seriously, my favorite season really is summer. I'm going to have it hang off the edge. So this, I'll make this one again, because this, remember, I had just pulled out of when I took apart my setup for June in my traveler's notebook. So we're starting out with that little label. Oh, these are my word strip stickers. Those are also part of Season Pass. And I need to cheat because, oh no, that's winter. Hold on. I have to cheat. I have to cheat because I don't have that sticker anymore. My favorite season is summer because I used it. My favorite season is summer. I just grabbed a new one. And that is going to go right in the center of that. Okay, and then I am going to take, that is one strip of Suns. I'm going to cut those little strips of Suns. Actually, it's not of those strips of Suns. I'm going to cut that strip of Suns into 2 individual Suns, and then put them, oh, I need to trim it just a titch. It's just a little bit too tall. I will lose part of that little pink inside border, and I don't want to lose that. And blue ink on my fingers. There you go. There's one sun, and you don't even notice that those are separate stickers, right? Because of that white background. Word strip stickers are my thing. Always love them. I always say if it feels like something's missing, the answer is a word strip sticker. All right. All right. So this guy is, I think I'd like it to be just centered right there along the bottom of the page. So it's actually going to be, it's okay if it's in the middle of the transistor radio. Isn't that like part of an REM song? Transistor, no, that's Can't Find Nothing on the Radio. Never mind. All right, there we go. So now, that's such a fun little way to add a little bit of interaction into your pages, but also to use up some of your things, right? If you're starting to get down to the leftovers, then start pulling your leftovers together and do something like that. All righty. Now, I was going to do something completely different. When you look at my workbook, this is my planning session for today. I usually sketch out things, and originally what I was going to do was to, I don't know, I have to think about this. So I was going to use the in the box stamps to write. I have 5 things that I'm looking forward to. And so I was going to use in the box and stamp, and then that's what I was going to do in the opposite page. I'd have a couple more things here that would help to kind of break all of that up against that, because it's kind of hard to differentiate that. So let's see if we think we still want to do that. Let's have a quick hydration break. This is going to be a long list. Maureen, the label is also, everything that I've used is part of Season Pass, including the label. But I will also tell you, that is, that's the tabs and label stamp set. Similar. And you guys, if I missed anything, please tell me. Jessie, make what a stamp? What do I want to make a stamp? I've missed so much in the chat. So if for some reason, if I missed something, please retype it. And I see Penny said Traveler's Notebooks are truly the best. Hi, Penny. Penny, did you get your order yet? Just curious. You know what? I'm going to cheat again, because since I have this, I might as well use it. We'll just put that on the back. All right. So for my 5 things, in the box and in the box tube. So I can stamp. I am going to stamp. I'm going to do it. All right. So I think we will still use, will we use the big question here is, do we want to use the same color? That, or do we want to use a different one? All right, I'm just thinking, well, I'm not allowed right now. My brain is thinking because I feel like I need to do, I don't know, I need kind of a skinny one over there. Let's see if we can find a skinny mini in here that might squish in there. That one will work, I think. So if we do this and then that, and then we'll put a little something something right there. How about that? Is there anything I have left that I didn't use? Well, this little guy, actually, this bee comes from, that works. The bee comes from, well, the same die cut pack for spring, summer season packs, but it's really more Mayish, but that's fine, it'll work. Since I've used pretty much everything else, right? Like I really tapped into that. All right, we'll use that there. So let's put that guy there now, and then we'll do our stamping there with those boxes. So there's a couple things I could do. I could use the same pink, or I could get really crazy and try to bring in lots of different colors, but I don't think I'll do that. I think we'll just do this. I guess I feel like we should do the pink, because if we do the blue is just, that's a lot of blue. All right, so if I've been thinking about all of this before, when I was still working off the page, I would have done my stamping, the boxes, at the same time I was doing the stamping of that, because it was still off the page. It would have made life a little bit easier that way. So I think what I'm going to do, well, not what I think I'm going to do, what I am going to do is I'm going to use a pencil board. So pencil board is a fancy name for something flat that you slide under a page so you have a nice flat surface to stamp on, all right? The reason that's important is depending on what has happened prior to this page, like something like this, where I have different die cuts, so it's a little bit higher here than it is here, higher here than it is here, anything that I've adhered is going to alter the flatness of my page, which isn't necessarily a problem. But when I'm stamping, if I'm stamping right here and it is underneath it has something that's flat and then a little bit raised and then flat and a little bit raised, it can kind of wreak havoc with my stamped impression. So that's where a pencil board comes into play. Now, I'm going to grab a clip. I don't know, once we start to get really deep into our traveler's notebook here, I don't know if that will hold. No, that won't. So let's put it up here. See if that will hold. Yeah, maybe. Nope. Yeah, we're just gonna have to hold it down. All right, so we want this one here, this one vertical, that one here. All right, I need to actually clean off the back side. I can feel it. I need to clean off the back side of this stamp. Now this stamp has been used so many times. It is clean. It is not going to, kind of that yellow and the black, it's not going to affect my stamped impression. Yellow, a lot of times the pigment in the yellow will stain your polymer, but it's not going to affect your stamped image. It just kind of stains it. Kind of like your Tupperware, like if you put spaghetti sauce in Tupperware, it kind of stains it. Stamping block. Oh, the reason I did that, I could feel there was kind of a little bit of buildup of dust or lint on the back of that. And if that happens to your stamps, just do what I do. Either take your stamp chamois or a damp paper towel or something and wipe it off. And that will kind of make it sticky again. So if it's not wanting to stick to your stamping block, just do that. Clean it off, wipe it off. All right, now I just wiped the front of that off as well. I want to come in and dry that. If I'm using a pigment-based ink, pigment-based inks are water reactive. And so if you have any kind of moisture at all on your stamp and you go to ink, you may get a little bit of a different stamped impression than you were looking for because the ink may be reacting with the water. All right, so again, we're going to do our testing. All right, so when I was stamping, I got a little bit of ink in the center there. Sometimes that's okay, sometimes it isn't, depending on where it lands. So I cleaned that off, I'm drying again, and now I'm gonna be a little bit more careful when I do that. And then if I still get a little bit in there, I can wipe it off. And if you don't discover that because you didn't test and you ended up with that little ink in the center of your block, well, embrace it, right? It is what it is. You just decorated the inside and right over it and it'll all be good. All right, so we're gonna take that, come over here. We have, I'm gonna try to do this quickly. We have our pencil board underneath and, oh, this guy goes here, doesn't it? Uh-oh, no, this guy goes here. Golly whale. All right, I'm gonna push that in as much as I can. And we're gonna be here for a while today, my friends. Penny asked, why do I prefer oxide ink? That's a great question. In my opinion, this is all opinion, and also keeping in mind that I don't do any mixed media. In my opinion, how nice that is. In my opinion, there's more coverage with Distress Oxide, and that's just pigment. I call it a juicy ink. That is not a real term. That's not a technical term. I just like to have really nice, solid coverage in my stamps. And that's why I prefer Distress Oxide. If I was using mixed media, it'd probably be totally different. If I'm trying to blend it or do ombre effect or use watercolor, use water with it to kind of watercolor, I would probably prefer both, not just one over the other. Why am I so, okay. Where did this go? There we go. Alrighty, there's one. And then we are using this one next. All right, is that okay? I think it's okay. I don't think we need to go through the whole process of cleaning it off again. You'll notice when I am picking up my stamp, I am putting it face down on my work surface and then picking it up with the stamping block. I find I get a much straighter stamp than if I'm trying to place the stamp on the stamping block, especially if you have something like this that is a recognizable shape, and that if it's not straight, it turns into a little bit of a scawampus, non-recognizable shape. All right. All righty. So this one, when we have it ready, is going to go that way. You'll notice in between testing, I am re-inking. You could, you know what? Well, I won't do it on there, but you could do it without re-inking, but I think you'll find you're not going to get a nice impression and you're going to get not enough ink. But that's also what testing is for, right? If you're testing in your little piece of scratch paper or your notebook or whatever, then those are things like that. You can be like, well, do I need to re-ink in between, really? Because it's going to take a lot more time. Then test it and see. All right, there is my second one. Again, nice, even pressure. There we go. And then we'll have our last one. There you go, Flora. It's more opaque. Yep. Creamy is another great word for it. Yep, they're creamier, more opaque, juicy. What's interesting, this is a little tidbit. You can find, a lot of times I'll see people with the little versions, the little squares. You're like, you know, I don't need a big ink pad. I just need a little square one. Little squares, they can only make, little squared inks, they can only make in the Distress inks, not the oxides, because there's something about the properties in the oxide that just don't work. They won't work in the oxide, because I'm like, oh, it'd be so nice to have little versions of the oxides that you could just throw in your bag and take with you. And yeah, they can't do it. I know they've tried, but they can't do it. I don't know. I just heard Tim say that one day. Oh well. Oh, there it is. Dirt. I can get that put away. Bye, Louisa. The little ones stink. You bought a whole set, more than half were dried up. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. And you know, maybe that's one of the reasons why they can't, she didn't buy them from me, so that's maybe why I sound a little cavalier. I mean, okay, hold on. I'm not saying, oh, that's too, you didn't buy them from me. Sorry to hear that. I just meant, yeah, never mind. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But different properties, and that's probably why. Maybe the fact that they dry up more quickly. I mean, you could try a re-inker, but I don't know. I've never had a lot of success with re-inkers. I think in theory, but ooh. All right, I've got it. Okay, let me do this really quickly, but I need to clean up that ink, or else if I don't clean up the ink, it's going to be a problem. All right. Okay. Ink again. Pencil board in there. You notice I just shifted my pencil board. You just want to make sure that you've got enough coverage of that pencil board wherever you are. All right, there we go. Okay, now when it comes to the other side, I said I had 5 things, right? When it comes to the other side, I am not going to stamp directly on there because that would be weird. You wouldn't be able to see it. I wouldn't be able to, I mean, it'd just be weird. Those little icons would get in the way. So, actually, I didn't want to put that away yet. What I'm going to do here, where's in the box 2? I guess just those 2 little guys. All right. So, let me get all of this put away. And then I am going to use my lined paper to create 2 more boxes. Where's that backer? Plastic, I can't see it. I don't know. Well, all right, well, I'm just gonna put this off to the side on the floor because I don't know what happened to the back of that stamp. All right, so we have these again. I shouldn't have put them away because we're using the big guys. We'll use that too, but. So I use my stamp storage sleeves to store all of my stamps. This is a 4x4 stamp. It is in a 4x6 storage sleeve that I just cut the top off of. You'll notice how that's how I store mine. I cut white cardstock and put them in behind the stamp because that's plastic and the stamp storage sleeves are plastic. Sometimes the plastic wants to stick together. So you'll notice I pulled that out and put it in front, and then that kind of broke that little stickiness, all right? I'm also going to use the die. So it's coordinating die set with that in the box stamp set. So let's come back and this. And my trimmer. Now, some of you, I know, because you tell me, you work in a planner. Some of you work in a traveler's notebook. Some of you are a die-hard 12x12 scrapbooker, right? That's what you've done forever, and that's what you're always going to do, and don't try to change your mind, which is totally cool, right? That's what crafting is all about. We can do what works for us. But those of you that are 12x12 scrapbookers, I tell you that there is nothing that we do in a traveler's notebook that you couldn't do in a scrapbook, 12x12 scrapbook page, right? All of the things that we're doing, you could totally do a list like this in your 12x12 scrapbook. You could even add photos in your, along with your list. So sometimes my lists have photos, sometimes they don't. But there really isn't anything that you couldn't, any type of format that you couldn't do your list in like we do. All right, or like I do, I should say. Wanda misses Amy today. I will have to tell you that, not you. I'll have to tell her that you miss her, Wanda. Why do you miss her? I mean, I always miss her. She's huge help. She helps, I don't want to say really moderate, but she does help add all the links. But then also if you guys have questions or, comments that I miss, then she's so good about that. Let me see here. Let's see, Zen Girls. Some of our lists overlap, correct? Because all the things I'm looking forward to would technically be my about last month. So Zen Girls, I'm not, oh, well, I'll just tell you, for me, it's not, because about last month is reflective, and things I'm looking forward to is looking forward. Maybe I don't understand your question. So if I'm misunderstanding, please, please, please clarify for me. Help me see the light. April says she, instead of doing white cardstock, she cuts down the packaging because she still likes to have the branding. So kind of like that, right? Yeah, you could totally do that too, for sure. All right, so I have my boxes stamped. And she does contribute a lot, Wanda. I agree 100%. And you know what? There's actually probably a lot that I don't know she contributes when she's here, because I'm working away and I don't see what she is doing. I will make sure she knows. That will make her feel nice and warm and fuzzy. That would probably be a glimmer for her, right? That'll be a glimmer. Nice little glimmer. So I'm going to grab out my die cutting machine. All right. So the die cutting machine I use, I should say one of the die cutting machines I use, is the Anna Griffin Empress Mini. This is a small die cutting machine, right? Basically my die can only be that wide. But this is one that I use either when I am traveling and teaching, or doing this because it's very small and it fits very easily in our little frame. This is an electric machine, automated, meaning I push run and it does all the work for me. But there's not a lot of work it has to do. So when it comes to a die cut machine, they're basically all the same. Some you have to crank in order to get it through, and others you push a button. But basically, same premise. Inside, there are really heavy metal rollers that are rolling it through, applying a lot of pressure to your metal die, which then in turn cuts your image. Not necessarily your image, in this case my stamped image, but there are dies that don't have a stamped image. Wait till you guys see all the dies that we have coming out this year. So many fun ones that some have stamps that go with them, some don't. All right, so if you've never used a metal die before, we're basically making a sandwich. So I'm going to take myself back to second grade when I'd make a bologna sandwich, all right? The bologna sandwich back then always started with a piece of white Wonder Bread. Now, second grade, I don't eat white Wonder Bread anymore. No, there's anything wrong with that if you do, but back in second grade, bologna sandwich. There's my bottom piece of bread, bottom plate, okay? Next up, we have our bologna, all right? This is my cutting mat. For my machine, it is a magnetic cutting mat. I cut into the magnetic mat as opposed to cutting into my top plate. No right or wrong way to do it. Eventually, you've got to replace all the pieces because you're either cutting into one or the other. So that's my bologna. My bologna goes, I know you all want to sing that song with me now, don't you? My bologna goes on top of now my Wonder Bread. My cutting mat goes on top of my plate. And then I am adding my Kraft Single. My single slice of Kraft American cheese that I just had to unwrap from the plastic, right? You know which one I'm talking about. That's my Kraft Single, right? That is my stamped image that I want to die cut. Last thing is my die. I don't know, let's call this the Miracle Whip, because that's what would go on next on my sandwich back then. The Miracle Whip. That is my metal die. On one side of your metal die, it is raised. On the other side, it is flat. I am going to put that raised side down on top of that first stamped image, and I'm just lining it up like so. Then I put the second piece of my Wonder Bread on top, right? I'm putting the my top plate. So I just made a sandwich. My mat is magnetic, so I don't have to worry about securing that die. It's not going to move. I put that in the little slot. And because mine is electric, I press run. I know you guys are singing it. I love that. You're singing it in the chat. There we go. And we will pop that out. And there is my little cut rectangle. Now I will do the same thing again. Now you might look at that and go, oh my gosh, Lael, that would have been so much faster if you just did that with your trimmer. It could have been, right? However, look at how nice and neat and clean and straight it is. There are some dies that you have that are much more intricate that you really wouldn't want to get out your scissors to try to fussy cut. So, all right, there we go. Here comes the next one. Oh, and the fluffernutter. I know, that's another one. Again, going back to like being a little kid, the fluffernutter. And the fluffernutter also had to be on. And that one, I didn't quite pay enough attention on that one. The fluffernutter also had to be on Wonder Bread because that was just so good back then. Fluffernutter had peanut butter and marshmallow fluff. And oh my gosh. Wow. So good. Yeah, I haven't had either one of those in a long time. Long time. All right. So now we have our little guys over here. And I think we'll just have these maybe kind of be here in the center. Like that. Because there's so much already going on. I don't need to invent something else I'm looking forward to in order to put another thing up there, right? I don't. So we'll just do this. Those two guys will go kind of right there, and they'll be in the center. So that usable pattern, in this case, the lined notebook paper, there's always a usable pattern on the back of the cover sheet for the season pass because, I mean, we have to print one side. We're printing one double sides of everything else. Why not just give you an extra little bonus there? So starting with the summer fall season pass, it is actually like a pattern as opposed to kind of a basic like that. All right, so after all of that, we are now ready to make our list. Woo! But you know what? Here's the deal, friends. It's all about the playing, right? It is all about the playing. And we've done a lot here. We've done lots of stamping. We've done die cuts. We've done a tip in. We've done all different kinds of things. So this one just takes a little bit longer. So the things on my list that I am looking forward to, in no particular order. Actually, these two have to, there's two specific ones that have to go here. So how about this little one? Summer evenings on the patio. I love our summer evenings on the patio. We had one last night. We'll probably have another one tonight. Just beautiful. And we turn on, we went to dinner last night, came home, turned on the fire table, had some, little patio lights on, had a cocktail, and played gin. That was fun. We love those. All right. This guy will be right here. So this is launching my second paper crafting collection. Hey, Lusky.
Hi, Mom.
What's going on?
I'm coming to take my cat.
Oh, yeah. You're coming to take him?
Yeah.
Where are you taking him?
We're going to go on an adventure.
An adventure? Who's with you? Oh, just the two of you?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, hold on, friends.
I'm going to put him in his
I'm going to
backpack.
parent for a minute. I got to parent for a minute.
I'm going to put him in his backpack.
Okay.
I have water in my car, and I'm going to get a little bowl.
Okay.
And he's just going to stay in the backpack. He's going to be fine.
Okay, but you're going to take him out in a backpack, outside. Okay, will you take some pictures and send them to me? Okay, show them to me. Okay,
Yeah.
Maybe take him a treat or two. Look at, he's hugging you. Okay, all right, so this is squirrel moment, just briefly. Sam is Reggie's dad. Reggie, love you, bud. Reggie is Sam's cat, but Reggie lives with us. Long story. And Reggie this morning was on our bed, and he's just kind of laying there looking very lethargic. And I sent a picture to Sam, and I said, Sam, your cat is depressed. He wants you to come play with him. So Sam, and we never had a conversation beyond that text. Sam just came over and he's going to put Reggie in the backpack. There's a special cat backpack. Going to put Reggie in the backpack and they're going to go on an adventure. So that will be cute. All right. Anyhow, launching my second paper crafting collection in late August. It's called Dear December. Very excited about that. That's the end of summer, but very excited about that. That is, it's pretty much done with the exception of the stamps. So yeah. Next up, we have two Harvey trip planned. Two Harvey trips planned. Harvey is our Arby. One is next weekend to Grand Junction, Colorado. The other is planned for July. Probably somewhere north because it's so stinking hot. Whoopsie. That's a three-eyed smiley face. So when I'm writing like that, I have my little list here. So I didn't write out all of that. I know what I know what the thing is on my list, but then I just kind of ad lib. So if something like that makes you nervous, write it all out ahead of time. Like write exactly what you want to say ahead of time. Sometimes this gets a little odd because sometimes I have to abruptly end because I run out of room. Just kind of depends. All right, so those are three things. Next up. We have a very large trip coming in August. It is a 2-stage trip. The first part is going to Paris. So I need to think about, going on our 30th anniversary trip. It's been in the works for 4 years. This has been a long time planning and saving. Starting in Paris for a few days to get adjusted to the time change. Let's see. Looking forward to seeing Notre Dame again. So, a couple things there. Notre Dame, since it's been redone after the fire, but then the time change. So, time change from Utah to Paris, I believe, is 8 hours. And then to South Africa. South Africa is on the same time zone as Europe. There is a 15-hour flight difference, though, between Paris and South Africa. So going Paris a couple days, kind of get set, and then South Africa from there. So from there, headed to, I'm going to say Joburg. Joburg is Johannesburg. Overnight. Then safari at Kachaka, then Cape Town, then onward to our second safari at Mala Mala. And then can't wait to go back. I had the benefit, advantage, privilege to go teach in South Africa 11 years ago. And it was amazing. And Nick did not go with me at the time. I'm just going to kind of wrap this up here. I'm going to do a little bit of outlining as I chat. Nick did not go with me at the time. Both of the boys were in high school and they were both playing football. And Nick had a very impressionistic, I don't know how to quite word that, experience with his dad as he was growing up and as Nick was in high school. Nick's dad was diabetic and he was quite sick. At this point, when Nick was in high school playing football, his dad was in the hospital getting a kidney transplant. So he was in and out of the hospital quite a bit. And at one point when he was in the hospital, he said to the doctors, "I'm not missing my son's football game. I'm not missing it. So you figure out how to get me in a wheelchair, how to get me there." They actually, the school let them roll him like not onto the onto the field where the players are, so he could watch the game, and then went right back into the hospital. And so Nick, that was very impressionistic for him. And so Nick said, "I'm not going to South Africa with you. I'm not going to miss one of the boys' football games." So I went, taught in Cape Town, taught in Johannesburg, had an amazing experience, went on safari. The woman that was, hosting the event took us on safari to the first safari that we're going on when we go again. And I came back from that saying, "Nick, we will go back. We will go back." And so it has been something that we have been planning for 11 years. So we're doing it. So very much looking forward to that. Very, very much so. My mother and a friend of hers actually going with us. Because my mom has wanted to go to South Africa her entire life. And she had kind of resigned herself to the fact that she would never go because she's 78, and wouldn't go by herself, just wouldn't feel comfortable with that. And even really maybe traveling with a friend, like she and her friend are coming with us, but just didn't really feel comfortable kind of traveling, by themselves. So yes, they're coming with us. So it'll be fun. It'll be really fun. All right. So anyway, those are the things I'm looking forward to this summer. That was a very long list, but there's a lot of stuff going on there, right? Lots of fun detail, lots of interactive things and so forth. The last thing I think I might do is I feel like we need maybe a little word strip sticker in here or two, and then we will be ready to roll. Good times and sunshine. Let's see where this guy could go. Maybe right here. Okay, so it's too wide. I don't like it there that wide. So I am going to do this. I'm going to cut it. Good times and sunshine. And then it will stack there and it will be good. And that actually works really well right there. Summer evenings on the patio, good times and sunshine. Although, well, I guess there could still be sunshine depending on what time we go out to the patio. Oh, Nick's home from his hike and I can hear it because I can hear he's watching golf. I just heard the crowd go, "Oh, something happened." Or something didn't. More likely something didn't happen. More likely someone missed something. All right. Well, I think unless I feel like I want to do, I don't know. I don't really feel like I need anything in there. Oh, maybe summer adventures. Every summer has a story. Every summer has a story. Let's go with that one. We might not be able to see it super well down there, but we'll put it there anyway. What I would normally probably do, I'd be like, "Oh, I know what I'll do. I'll get out." I'd be like, "I'll get out this stamp set and I will stamp that label and then I'll do the die cut." And by then you guys would be like, "Yeah, I know." All right, so there we go. That is things I'm looking forward to the summer list. And I just need to add a little date somewhere. I think we'll just put it back here. We're just a little bit unobtrusive, but we'd still like it to be there. So this is just June 2025. All right, there we go. First list done. Second list will be much faster, friends. Well, I don't know. That's famous last words, right? You're like, Ladle, do you know yourself? No, I know it will take nowhere near that long. All right, our second list is a one-pager. So what ends up happening when I do a one-pager, I haven't done a one-pager for a long time. Oh, those were both one-pagers. I ended up doing one next to each other. So one-pager. We'll do our one-pager. Well, I might just, for ease of not having one page, I might end up just making it a two-pager and then only do something on one page. Oh, that guy doesn't go there. So these are papers from the May portion of that Spring Summer Traveler's Notebook Kit. So we already have this thing that I made this crazy thing out of a 6x6 square, right? If that goes there, I need to just trim that down a little bit. That's the only thing. It's a little bit too tall. Then I have to line these guys up again. Oh. That wasn't it. Remember, it went back, it went together perfectly. So what? Maybe it was it this way? No, how did we get that? That was perfect, remember? Oh, now my blonde brain is not cooperating. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Please don't be offended if you have a blonde brain too. I always say I consider myself spatially challenged, like it's a thing. Does that go there? I guess that did go there, although I don't think it did. It must have. All right, so if you missed us earlier, what I did was I took a 6x6 piece of paper and cut it and made it work for this. So we are going to use this. This will just kind of be something over here that's just kind of plain. It'll just be a little bit of a decorative piece over here. If it was earlier in my Traveler's Notebook, I would just go ahead and leave it. Oh, eek. Okay, hold on. I need to think about this. I need to piece these together. Piece it together with this tape because it's too long and I need to act as if it is one piece and then shorten it, right? Because if I shorten them separately, it will be weird. I'd say right about there. All right. Oh yes, still datum and washi tape. So Diana, yes, washi tape on this one. All right, so that ended up making a longer page than we needed when we did our little 6x6 trick there. Magic. Well, it's not quite right, but it's okay. It's not quite perfect, but it's good enough. It's good enough. The fact that it even lined up with itself was like mind-blowing to me. Like I said, there's some crazy math there happening. All right, I'm gonna just turn that upside down because I'm right-handed. It's much easier to do that. All right, so just a little decorative, something over there. That'll really be it. That'll really be it. Okay. So now on this page, I am going to use this. That is pattern paper from everything on both these lists I'm using is from the Spring Summer Season Pass, including that pattern. So this is going to be the base of my list. Yeah. Okay. So this one I need to trim too. Oh yes, washi tape's on my about last month's. Yeah, for sure. Hello, honey. How'd it go?
Good.
Well, no wildflowers yet.
What's that?
Wildflowers too early.
There are.
There are?
Yeah.
Am I disturbing you?
What's that?
You're closing the door.
I'm gonna get my phone. I'll tell you.
You what?
I'll take some pictures.
Did you want to close the other door or just one?
I will.
Okay, sorry. Sorry, friends. All right, let's see. So there's a lot of family things happening here today. All right. That one is 5 by 8.25. This one is going to actually, I probably should at least make it. Oh, okay, guys, look at this. So Nick went hiking this morning. I don't know, this probably 15 minutes from our house when you park.
20 minutes.
20 minutes. Park 20 minutes from our house, and then off he goes. But this Albion Basin,
Yeah, it's Grizzly Gulch.
this area, so that's early for the prolific wildflowers. Usually early July, there's wildflowers like you can't even believe it. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that's fun. I can show another version of that. Because I know exactly where it is. It would be in here again. It would be in here for summer because I did a list, page 30. Aha. This list that we did back in September of 2021, this is best things about summer. That is the same area. And look at all of those flowers. So they get the most incredibly beautiful, and you're just up in the mountains, but the incredibly beautiful, all different kinds of wildflowers there. We live in a pretty place. Pretty place. Utah's a pretty awesome state, like scenery-wise. Well, I shouldn't say scenery-wise, but all right. I think this one probably, I don't know. I think it probably needs to be about the same size, or it might look really odd. Ooh, however, I do know that. So if I go really narrow, I don't think I better make this one smaller because my currently stamp that I'm using, this is a currently list, is it will be a little bit too wide once I put my pattern paper on there. So this one we are going to work on off the page. It's gonna be way easier to work on, and then when we're done, we'll just go ahead and adhere it. So we need some white cardstock for our list. Oh, I need to bring some more white cardstock in here. We're getting kind of low. Now, I need to think about where this is going because we are not going to see, really what would have been better. It would have been better if I did my little technique-y thing with this, although I don't know if it would work, because I am going to lose so much of that scallop, aren't I? We're really not even going to be able to see that that's a scallop. So maybe we don't want to use that scallop paper. Does that make sense? When I do my list here, you're only going to see like that and in these little pieces. It won't even look like a scallop. So I don't think we want to do that. Let's look and see what this is. So that, I don't want to use this because it really won't look right when we put that on there. This, I guess this is the one that we're going to use. Now what happens if we do that? Will you still be able to see it? A little bit. Yeah, that'll work. That's what it's going to have to be because it would have been better if it was that way. Much better that way, huh? Guess what? I am going to change my mind. I will still do the same thing, and I guess so that way if you missed us, if you missed it when I did that, I'll do the same thing. But I'm going to do it. Now we'll see if it works the other way. I'm going to try it with this one instead. So even though I have enough paper, we'll pretend I don't. We're going to turn this into a 6x6. So the whole premise was, if you have, oh, I can't do that. Can't do that because it's a half sheet. So anyhow, that's all right. If you missed the whole trick with the 6x6, whoopsie. If you missed the whole trick with the 6x6, go back to the beginning and it will show you. How about that? All right. So that, and then this is just going to work way better for my 4 3/4 for my list. You just don't get to see enough of the scallop. It would look odd. So this is going to go here. This is going to go here. This will just be my cute side page that's just going to be decorative and it'll just be there. Doesn't necessarily have to have anything go on it. Oop. Round the corners. Nice to see you, Mariana. If you're still here, are you in Mexico? Are you still in Mexico? All right, this guy. Here. Are you guys listing with me today? You're in California. Okay. Do you still go? I know you're like, I'm trying to get out of here. Should just have a conversation with you later. This one we will do, we'll add in when we're done with it. Yes, what are you guys working on today? Are you working on something? Are you listing with me? Are you playing? What are you doing? What you doing? Back to Mexico in July and January. Oh, that would be so fun, right? It would be so fun. Okay, we need to make our little list here. I am a sucker for a horizontal stripe, and this is why. If you are working with the vertical stripe, it's okay, but if it was vertical, then when you do that, you get this little up there, and then you get this long here. So I definitely prefer a vertical stripe, a horizontal stripe to a vertical stripe. All right. VS College is working on a Father's Day card. Sarah is setting up a new planner. Paula is listing with us. Scrapbook Sista is making a retirement card. Christy Barnett is still listing, working really hard to not be critical of my own handwriting. Okay, Christy. Remember? Look at this. Vicky's dad. She has that list. He's passed away. But that is his handwriting. And how personal is that? Because it has his handwriting, right? So I will tell you guys, get over it. Not just you, but everybody. Because everybody says, I don't like my handwriting. Get over it. Because it is a part of who you are. And people in your family, your friends, recognize that as you. It's a part of you. I always talk about if you are fortunate enough to have a recipe card. Handwritten recipe card from a grandmother or a mother or a relative in your family. It means so much when you see that recipe card because you see it and you're like, oh my goodness, that is them. Like my mom has the most recognizable cursive handwriting and that is just her, right? That is her. And so, I just think it's, again, just my opinion. I'm just one person, but I think it's really important to use your handwriting. I have told this story before, and I don't know if I've told it here before, but I've told this story before, and it usually comes up, well, it always comes up when I teach a recipe mini book class. I want Lucky Clover. Lucky Clover is a great green for that. When I teach a mini book recipe class, I had a very good friend that I worked with named Ann Slater. I worked with her for years at AT&T. I worked with her for 7 years. We were both the same age in school. I didn't meet her until after college, but she was in a sorority that was near mine. I knew her husband. We were both pregnant at the same time. She was 6 months behind me in terms of pregnancy. We both worked at the same company, AT&T. And what am I looking for? Oh, this. I left AT&T after 8 years. And 2 weeks later to the day was January 14th. I will never forget because it was Jack, our older son, Jack's first birthday. So this was, oh my gosh, 26 years ago. I was working for a different company and started a software company with 2 other guys and was out of town. And one of my old coworkers called. And I'm like, Bill, what's going on? What's up? And he said, oh my God, did you hear? And I'm like, what? And he said, hang on. I gotta get my thing. He said, someone earlier today came into our building, AT&T, and we were in the same office building of the local, I don't know, NBC affiliate, I want to say. They were in the ground floor. A woman went into that local TV affiliate looking for a reporter with a gun. And because it's TV station, they have protocols in place and we're able to lock down quickly. And the office building at that time had no emergency plans, no processes in place to notify other tenants if something like that were to happen. So the woman got in the elevator and hit floor 5, got to the top of the elevator, and could have gone right or left, and went left into our offices, or my old offices, and walked into the reception area and held up a gun to the very young receptionist and said, let me in. And because beyond the reception area, it was all, you had to have your key card or whatever. And so, the receptionist doesn't know what to do, so she let her in. And the woman, who definitely was mentally ill, walked down the hall, walked right past my office, down 2 offices. She was looking for a blonde because the news reporter that she was looking for was blonde. And my friend Ann was in HR. She was in an interview. She walked into Ann's office, opened the door, and shot her. So horrific story, just horrific story. Ann was, her daughter Erin was 6 months old. The reason I bring all that up, which might seem really odd, is that it relates to handwriting, because Ann had the most incredible handwriting and it was just beautiful. And every year that I worked with her, she made sugar cookies for Christmas and she brought them into the office. And one year I said to Ann, Ann, please, can I have that recipe? And she hand wrote a recipe card for me. And that is like the only part of Ann that I have in my life. I have that handwritten recipe card. And it is amazing how when you see something like that, that's a person that's no longer in your life, it's so meaningful because that is her. That was her. It was her handwriting. And, I definitely can remember what she looked like. I don't really remember what she sounds like. I certainly wouldn't remember her handwriting if I didn't have that recipe card. So, not to be a Debbie Downer or anything. And the poor person who said, oh golly, the poor person that said Christy, so sorry to bring it all down, but you said you're trying to just accept your handwriting, even though you don't like it. Our handwriting says a lot about us, right? And to people in our lives that are important to us, and people that we're important in their lives, it means a lot to them. So just next time you, and Christy, I'm talking to you, but I'm obviously talking to everyone here. Next time that you look at your handwriting and think, oh, I hate my handwriting, I'm going to type it. Or I think most often what happens is, oh, I hate my handwriting, I'm just not going to do it because I don't like my handwriting. Just think again and think about how important that could be to someone in your life down the road. Okay, I'll get off my soapbox now. Okay. Louisa, you're back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Okay. So here we are, our currently list. Currently, I always joke, it's kind of like being Al Roker. If you watch the Today Show, I always feel really bad for Al Roker because there's some heavy news that they're reporting on. And then Al Roker's like, so here's the weather, right? You kind of just have to go on. So I'm just going on. Hang on one sec. I need to just wipe my nose for a sec. All right. Currently is a list we do every so often. Currently is a type of list that I call a time capsule. So a time capsule list is something that is very specific to a particular point in time, right? So when we are doing this list, currently for me is very much a time capsule because it's a snapshot of today. It's a snapshot of what I'm currently watching or listening to or reading or considering or playing or growing or working on or anticipating or creating or celebrating or collecting or visiting or dreaming, whatever it is. So you have two currently stamps. You have currently and then currently two. Currently two is just more prompts. And so basically you have currently and then a bunch of prompts that you could use as you are making your currently list. I am going to use Lucky Clover again for my title. Now, currently also has a die. It actually has a set of 2 dies that you can add with it. There is the word die that exactly cuts out currently. And then there's the shadow die. So that's kind of fun that you can kind of do a double layer type die. But I'm not going to use dies today because I'm just going to stamp right on my white. That would be something that, let's say maybe I was using this green paper. That's when I would use a die where I'd stamp it on white cardstock and then I would cut it out with the die. But here I'm just going to stamp directly on there. Oh, Lucky Clover. We're going to use Lucky Clover. Let's grab our stamp. So a list like this, and this is another one, way back, what seems like 12 hours ago, right? Someone said, oh, I'm kind of having a little bit, I don't quite know where to start. Currently is another really great place to start because it's just, this is what's happening right now, right? This is currently. Back when I was a new mom with Jack is 27 and a half, so a long time ago, I was doing a version of this where I had I would put a little Word document together and I'd kind of do a currently about Jack at 6 months old and at 9 months old and at 12 months old because they're changing so quickly when they're young like that. So I wish I had kept that up because it would have been really fun to keep up, just to see how kids change over time. So I can't necessarily go back and do that. I did it, for probably his first year. I can't necessarily go back and do it. But what I can do is do it for myself now and going forward, right? We can never go back and change things, but we can always start new, right? So this type of list, I think, is particularly fun because it really shows who you are. Or if you're doing this about someone in your family or maybe a child or a grandchild, what I think would be really fun is that you kind of get it set up and then have them do it. So if you wanted to have a currently list about your 8-year-old grandson, how about that? Your 8-year-old grandson. You could do all of this. If you wanted to put it in your book, you could either have him decorate his own, right? Or if that might be asking a little bit too much for an 8-year-old boy or 8-year-old girl or 27-year-old boy, right? Anybody. I love that. That Lucky Clover is such a good green and it's perfect with that color. If it might seem, you can have them decorate or, decorate for them. If you wanted it to go in your book. And then you could even, talk to them about, okay, what do we want to put on here? What you're watching, what you're needing, what you're cooking, what you're buying, what you're working on, what you're saying. It would be fun to then have them write the answers. because then you are really, really, really getting a good picture of the currently, right? Because their handwriting at 8 would be very different than their handwriting at 4, which would hopefully be different than at 24, right? Last year, we did a list. We did an actual time capsule list. I think, let me look. I want to say it's in a miscellaneous. No. Okay, where is it, Lil? All right, let me just see if I can find it. Time capsule. So these are all in, or these are by date as we did them. So, golly. They're not alphabetical order. That might help when I'm looking for it this way. If I had thought about this earlier, I would have had it, I know where it's not. How about that? I would have had it, you know, tagged. Or, come on. Not in travel, not in to do, not in this is me. Wasn't it last year? Maybe it wasn't last year. Well, anyhow, that's so weird. What I was going to show you was, now it's going to bother me. Oh, that's why. That's 2023, dingbat. Okay, hold on. Sorry, I really know what I'm doing. I really do, I promise. 39. I was just in the wrong year. Like, I know we did it. Oh, I almost said a bad word. Oh, heck. I almost said the other version of that word. Oh, heck. Not an entertainment. I'm going to look, and if I can't find it, I know. Where is it? It wasn't this year. Well, anyhow. Oh, there it is. Okay. The reason I wanted to show you this is we are talking about handwriting in a time capsule or in a list like this. This was a list that we did March 2nd in 2024. This was actually a photo of Jack that I took in 2008. I know it's 2008 because that's his writing on there. We actually made a time capsule and he wrote in his time capsule. So when we talk about a currently and having whoever you're doing the currently with, if it's not you, if you have them write in their own handwriting, it just takes on a whole different kind of meaning, right? That time capsule, we were redoing our stairs in our house. And so we did a little time capsule and put it in the newel post before it got finished off. And so we know one day someone in that house is going to redo those stairs and hopefully find that. Now, what we put in there, we put Nick's phone number in there too and said, you know, if you get this, call us, because we thought that might be kind of fun. All right. So what else was I going to do here? My little list. The highlights. Okay, that is from the story stamp set. So here's the story. And I thought just to add a little bit more right under there, there is a stamp. Let's see, we have, and so it begins, long story short, happily ever after, this happened, here's the story, the highlights. So I thought the highlights could go somewhere in there. Let's see where it decides to go, the highlights. Oh, my stomach is growling. It's thinking it's hungry. All right, the highlights, let's see. There, up here. I kind of like it up here. Ooh, the highlights. There we go. It fits perfectly right there. Now, this is what I can do. Ooh, did I stamp that ahead of time? I think I did, didn't I? Oh, I did. All right. So here's another nice thing about doing your test stamping. Then, if you're not sure where you want to put something, you can kind of come in and test it. Like, do we like it right there? I have white pants on. Oh my goodness. Wow, that would have really been a bummer. Because I'm pretty sure I would not get Lucky Clover out of my white pants. All right, I know I like it there, but I can kind of test around and see. Do we like it there? Do we like it up here? I know where I like it. I like it at the front. So that's where we're going to do it. But if I've already tested one currently, then I have another spot to then test where I want maybe another stamp to go with it. But it seems like it's just meant to go right there. It's kind of perfectly. And really, these are the highlights, right? This is definitely highlights for sure. For sure highlights. There we go. All righty. Now I will continue to use Lucky Clover for my list. But before I get too far down this path, I would like to do a little bit of decorating. I find that sometimes if I write my list, then I'm like, oh shoot, there's no room for decorating, and I like to decorate. So these are keeping in mind that, hold on. Oh, let me put this away. Keeping in mind that we went to dinner last night and I had the yummiest salad and I saved half of it for today. So I'm very excited to eat that for lunch. It's calling to me. Food calls to me, just so you know. It calls me all hours of the day. Yeah, that's a curse. I guess there could be worse curses. All right, so, oh my gosh, I don't remember what I was saying now. All right, yes, decorating, I don't know, something along those lines, right? These are the die cuts from, and still using Spring Summer Season Pass. So those are the die cuts that were kind of meant for May-ish, but you know, you use them wherever you want. This is where we were. I wanted to just double check because it will be sitting here. Double check to see what we have. That would be cute there, right? That would sure be cute. I mean, cafeteria really has nothing to do with, really nothing at all. However, it's not like I was eating at a cafeteria, but what if we found a nice little word strip sticker and just put it right there? Well, let's just see. Let's see what needs to fit, right? Beautiful day. I mean, they're all pretty generic. Beautiful day. One day at a time. I don't know, maybe one day at a time might be a little bit too long, but we could trim it if we need. Oh, perfect. Okay, so whereas cafeteria really wasn't working for me, now one day at a time does. It's just kind of neutral, right? Just kind of a little neutral something in there so it's not as cafeteria-y. Now I was going to use washi on here, but let's see, because I've totally changed now what I was going to do. My plan for washi was those two together, but they totally don't go now. So in the spring summer Traveler's Notebook kit, I had not started doing custom washi with patterns from the kit yet. We started that in the summer fall. So maybe it's just gonna stay like that. All right, so now we've got butterflies over here. We better bring in some butterflies, or right now these two look like they don't even go together at all, other than the pink and the blue are the same. So let's pull in a couple of our butterflies. Every so often, and I don't do as many single page lists as I used to. I used to do, especially when I first started creative listing years and years and years ago, pretty much all of my lists were single page lists. But I found when we first started listing and when I was doing double or single page lists, I'd always get a lot of questions about, Lael, I don't really want to do a single page list. I want to do a double page list because I don't like what it looks like. I don't like this. I don't like them not matching or coordinating at all. And so if I only have enough content for a single page list and I want a double page list, what do I do? Well, when we just do something over here, something decorative, you could put a little quote on there or just leave it like that or put a 3x4 card on there or something. But this will just be it will be a single, but really a double, a pretend double. What if this goes here? That would work. And because I definitely need to have my date here, like definitely need my date, right? That's super important. on a currently. That's probably the most important of any list is on a currently. Because if you're making a currently list and you don't know what currently is, that's kind of, you know, kind of hard. I feel like, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try something. I don't know if I want to do black there or if I want to do green there. So I can use a transparent sticky note. Now you can't even see it's there. Today is June 14th. Grabbing my little roller date stamp. Okay, so we'll do this here. And then we will also do it. Just clean it off well in black. And then I can put that transparent sticky note on top of that. And then I will know what I want to do. I do that all the time. If I'm trying to decide if I want maybe to use color somewhere, or if I'm not sure if I want to put a stamp there, or if I'm not sure, if I know I want to do the stamp, but I'm not sure where I want to put it, then this is super helpful. So there it is in green. So first of all, it is way too long. That label is way too long. So we're gonna have to fix that. And there it is in black. I feel like it needs to be in, well, I don't know. Here's the thing. I think I'm going to wait until I do my whole list, because my whole list will be in black, and then I may decide it needs a little pop of color there. So let's just put that there. All right. Penny just asked what my favorite pen is to use when making a list. That is the easiest question for me to answer, because it's the only pen I use when I make a list, and it is Sharpie. That is a fine, right? Oh, Mickey, you're so fine. Fine tip Sharpie. And that is what I use on everything I do. Anything I do, any type of documenting, if I'm working in my journal, whatever it is, I am always using that Sharpie. That's just, well, you know, not that one, but a Sharpie. Because I go through those a lot. That's just what I prefer. Yeah, that's it. And I have those on the website. All right, there's that. Let's make our little, what was once a cafeteria, now just a building. Whoopsie. There we go. That's a little bit too wider there. Let's just snip that off so we don't see it. Okay. There we go. Now we still need, oh golly, little guys keep falling out of my pocket there. All right. We need to work in a butterfly over here, because until we do that, it's not looking so cohesive. How about that? I think that works. Then now we kind of help to bring those two pages together a little bit. And I think I'd like it to be, I mean, we still know that says currently, but I think I like that covered up just a little bit. All right, then we are getting ready to start making our list. I am going to just draw a little separator here. Do I want two? Maybe two. All right. Yeah, I think this is maybe a little bit too high. Let's see if we can get it off without ruining anything. Okay. I'm moving it again. I wasn't happy with that trapped white space right there. So we're just going up a little higher again. We know that says currently, it works. Alrighty. So now I am ready. The only thing I need to think about here, I think this part of this is going to bother me. As I start stamping my prompts, I'll have here, and then they're going to start to come down here. And I think that will really bother me. I think I would just rather start them here. But if I start them here, then that leaves a giant trapped white space there, which will not make me happy at all. So what I need to do is I am looking for in the, okay, where is it? The Love is Kind. Here we go. Love is Kind collection from Pretty Little Studio. If you have not seen this yet, I am doing this coming week. What's New Wednesday is on the 18th, and I will be doing kind of an unboxing on What's New Wednesday of this whole collection. But I am looking for one of the stickers. They're definition stickers. And they're clear stickers. That's not it. Oh, here we go. Okay, let's see if one of those will work. Because that would fill in that space really well, I think. One of these would fill in really well. Penny, I do. I do sell that Sharpie. Okay. Friendship, love, caring, always. Laughter. Favorite. Treasured. Well, I really want one of these to work because I'd really like to put one right there. And so, what can this be? Does always work there? Laughter? Favorite? I don't know, maybe favorite could work. I mean, I'm really kind of trying to put a square peg in a round hole, I think, here, but we're going to do it anyway. Whoopsie. All right, there's a little bit excess clear over here that we can just get rid of. We don't need that. And I definitely want to use my tweezers here because it will make life much easier. I'm not transferring my fingerprints. Ah, dang it. I keep doing that, don't I? All right, there we go. So now I just kind of filled in that space. It'll be okay now. All righty. Now we are ready for our prompts. Now I have a lot more prompts. Usually what happens is I usually have not thought about enough things ahead of time. And so I have extra space and I'm like, oh, now what? But in this case, I have a lot. I wrote a lot down. So we'll just start and we'll end where we end. So I am going to start. My first one is eating. I am currently eating a lot of protein. Really, really, really this year have focused on that as part of my health goals. Eating a lot of protein. Healthy protein though, not like bacon. I mean, bacon, nothing wrong with it, just can't eat all bacon. And can't eat all steak either. This guy is continuing to bug me because he's going to be too low in a minute. That's just going to have to go there. He's going to have to come up a little bit. So here's my problem. I am about ready to create a huge trapped white space. So let me show you what I mean by this. Here, let me just do this. Just because sometimes, I don't know, sometimes you see people do things and if I'm struggling here and you don't understand why, then I think if I explain, that it is helpful. So this is my first prompt. If I go right here where it's even, I have now just created this really awkward trapped white space right in there, right? So in order to get rid of that, I either have to move this butterfly way high up here, which then becomes a little odd. It's like, gee, Lil, why did you do that? Were you running out of space? Then it's okay. But I don't like that. So that looks too weird. So I can see I really don't have a different size butterfly. So this guy is going to go back like that. Now I think this guy needs to start here. So this one will start here and then the rest will go down there. So it's a little bit odd. It'll be a little bit odd, but that's what it is. I'm eating protein. 100 ounces a day. That's my goal. That's what I'm shooting for. That is what I'm shooting for. Okay, so now we've got to do this little back and forth where we stamp, clean, put away, stamp, clean, put away. The next one is drinking. What am I currently drinking? So this is where this tote really truly becomes a time capsule, because last year this time I was not doing either of these things, or most of these things I wasn't doing last year at this time. Drinking. I am drinking Nuun. It's kind of an electrolyte tablet. Nuun. Drinking. Nuun. And then we'll say electrolyte tablet. In water. What has Nick been cooking for me? Louisa said, Leo, what has Nick been cooking for you? I know you're working on your health journey and you look fabulous. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, thank you. It has been a process my entire life. Yo-yo. What has he been cooking? I've been doing a little bit of cooking. One of my favorite things that I do at least once a week. It ends up being leftover too, usually for lunch. So dinner and then lunch the next day. Okay, my next thing is listening. So it was all over Instagram a couple of months ago. You take sweet potatoes and you slice them maybe in quarter inch, eighth of an inch, somewhere in there, thinnish slices. And you sprinkle them with olive oil, drizzle them with olive oil, and then like rock salt. And then roast them in the oven, 425 for about 20-25 minutes. And then you put them in a bowl. While the sweet potatoes are cooking, you are browning some hamburger, 96% lean. So a little bit of fat, just a little bit. And then you put taco seasoning on that. Then you put that on top of the sweet potatoes. And then you put cottage cheese on top of that. And then you put fresh avocado on top of that. And then you drizzle it with Mike's Hot Honey. And it is so good. It is so yummy. 100 ounce. Oh my gosh, 100 grams. Oh my gosh, yep, that's funny. 100 grams a day, not 100 ounces. Yep, I don't drink my protein. I guess you could. You could drink your protein in a shake, but no. Yes, you're correct. It is 100 grams of protein, not 100 ounces. That is really funny. That's funny. Penny said, do you have a list somewhere of all the prompts for the month that you will use? So I just did this ahead of time, if that's what you mean, Penny. But this list changes every time I do it, because sometimes I'm wanting to tell a story about what I'm doing on one thing versus another. Yes, Flora's been doing that same thing. Yeah, it's like I said, it's something that was, it's something that was floating around the interwebs the last couple of months. A lot of people were talking about it. Here's one thing though about the Mike's Hot Honey. You have to be aware. There is Mike's Hot Honey, and then there is Mike's, oh my gosh, hot honey that is so freaking hot you can't eat it. There are two different kinds. Don't get the extra hot. We've made that mistake one time, and you never do that again. So, yeah. What else? Shrimp. I like shrimp a lot. Shrimp's really easy to throw on salads. We do maybe red meat, maybe once a week, maybe. Chicken. I mean, but it's not calorie focused at all. I'm trying to think. He makes some really good chicken meatballs that are so freaking good. I can't even stand it. This really good like lemon Greek chicken. Anyhow, but yeah, those are kind of some of the things. The list for each Saturday's listing. Okay, hold on. Where did her question go? Okay, I understand. And thank you. Penny, so I think now maybe what you mean is, do I have a list? Do I have a list somewhere of all the prompts for the month that you will use? Not a list necessarily somewhere for you guys in one place. I use my workbook to do that every week, so I know what they are. The easiest place for you to find those would just be to go to the blog, because there is a blog post for every time we list. And so you could kind of put them together that way. And if I'm totally misunderstanding twice, just let me know. All right, listening. I'm listening to Morgan Wallen, his new album, I'm the Problem. Boy, these are wide, aren't they? My lists are wide. Bye, Christy. Yeah, bye, Christy. I'm glad you could join us. All right. Next up, we have reading. I am reading. Do you ever start reading something? Now, it's a series. It's a trilogy called Beartown series. And I am on the third book. And I am maybe like a third of the way through the third book, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I just want this to be done already. And it's not that it's not good. It's just that, I don't know, if you ever read series, in some cases, and I think they probably do this more and more, I think publishers are probably, and editors, probably doing this more and more, where they're like, listen, you need to make it so that each book is not dependent on the other one, that someone could pick up any of the three books and be able to know what's going on. So that's what is happening in this case. And so, the first book is fine. The second book, kind of doing, not necessarily recap, but kind of retreading some of the story in case you didn't read the first one. And now the third book is doing that for both. But it's good. It's called Beartown. It is about two towns in Switzerland. I don't remember which one. Sweden. Where the entire community, it's about hockey. And it's very similar. So if you know of the TV series, Friday Night Lights, it is similar to that, but it is about hockey. Because that is what the whole town, they're very small towns. Everything is centered around hockey in those towns. So, but yeah. So it's called the Beartown series. Oh my gosh, Bear 2. All right, well, guess what? Beartown series. I will fix that later. And it is by Frederick Bachman. If you use a Kindle and you happen to have Kindle Unlimited, it's on Kindle Unlimited. We are celebrating it's currently not this month, it was last month, but that's still okay. Our 30th anniversary. And so I'm just picking different prompts, just, whatever it feels like. Celebrating our 30th. Feeling. What kind of barbecue line are you in, Louisa? That has 50 people. That's crazy. Where are you? Now that's making me hungry. Celebrating, feeling. Okay, is feeling? I don't remember which one it's on. Feeling. So this is kind of a fun story about currently 2. So one day we were doing a currently list and someone in the chat says, hey, like, do you think you'll ever do a currently 2? And I'm like, oh, sure, why not? And they're like, oh, well, this would be a fun, thing to add to it. And this would be a fun thing to add to it. And then I said, well, let's do it right now. I'm going to make a list of all the things. And, this was the second set. That's how that second set came to be. Those were all suggestions that came out of that listing session. Feeling. I am definitely feeling more healthy. That is for sure. Did I put that anywhere? I am down 32 pounds since January. So it's not like really fast. I mean, I guess I don't know. It's all relative, I guess. It's about, I don't know, somewhere between 1.5 pounds and 2 pounds a week. So it's just slow and steady. Slow and steady. There's the one after this, next one, will really, I think, maybe help clarify things. At least it did in my head. Wearing. What am I currently wearing? This was, this like makes me tickle pink. You have no idea. Well, some of you might have an idea if you're in my same boat. Wearing. Shirts tucked in. That's a big one for me. Shirts tucked in. Yay. I carry my weight in that spot. And so when I'm extra heavy, you can't wear shirts. Well, you can, I just don't. So the majority of my life, I have not worn a shirt tucked in with a belt. The majority of my life. So if you ever said, hey, Lael, if you lose weight, what is one thing you're looking forward to? That's what I would have said. Wearing a shirt tucked in with the belt. So that just makes me happy. The realizing. Where is realizing? Oh, realizing. Also from currently 2. Realizing. This is big mind shift for me. Like I said, I have yo-yo my whole life. 10 years ago, I lost, trying to think, maybe 50 pounds? Maybe. And then gained 70 back. So that's not so good. This time, what I have realizing, it's a lifestyle. Anytime over the years that I've ever taken weight off, I always thought that, oh, okay, the pounds are off. Now I can go back to eating the way I want to eat. Well, and eating the way I want to eat, is having a cheeseburger and fries and dessert and this and that just all the time, which clearly, as time shows, is not reality. I think that's a big mind shift change for me this time, that it's a lifestyle and it's okay to have those things, but you can't do that all the time, right? It's not like you're going to lose weight and then I'm going to lose weight and then it's not I'm going to lose weight and then it's I'm going to lose weight and keep it off. So that's been a big mind shift for me. Disliking. I am disliking. Thank you, Louisa. You're proud of me. That's very nice of you to say. I always like to use the word proud with people. Because I don't think as adults we get told often enough that someone is proud of us. So thank you. I really appreciate that. I am disliking difficult people. That's all I need to say. That's all I need to say about that. Just liking difficult people. Ain't nobody got time for that. Difficult people. Karen said, same lail, but after repeated attempts, I have kept most of the weight off. You have to make it a way of life. Exactly. It's a way of life. It's a lifestyle. It's a way of life. And I'm okay with that. The biggest thing, I don't eat sugar anymore. And when I say don't eat sugar, I mean, it's not, if there's sugar in a pasta sauce, marinara or something that it is. I mean, like no cookie, no candies, no cakes, no anything like that. Because I'm a sugar addict, and that has been a huge change. But you know why that's happened? Because of the protein. Because of the protein. The protein makes me feel full longer, and I don't have that sugar craving. I don't have it. So I don't know, maybe I'll have one bite of some sugary thing, maybe once a month, maybe every 6 weeks. I just don't have a craving for it. Buying. What am I buying? I am buying smaller clothes, which that always feels good. Buying smaller clothes. So your currently list, very much a time capsule, right? Because if I had made this list, I don't know, back in December, none of those things would have been on it. None of them, right? Well, maybe disliking difficult people would have been on it, but Karen, I'm proud of you too. Karen said I lost 30 pounds, and then she came back and said, 50. In 3 separate diets that took about a year, but I made it happen, and I am proud of myself for that. You should be proud of yourself for that. That is amazing. That is amazing, Karen. Good for you. Working on. What am I working on? Always lots of different things, right? This could be mentally, this could be physically, this could be a lot of different things, but working on. And my husband likes to remind me of this one when I am complaining about difficult people yesterday. Let them. I am working on let them. That will be something for me that I will have to work on my entire life. Let them. You know what? Just let them. Let them do it. Let them be difficult. Let them say that. Let them do that. Let them. You're not going to change how they are. That is a reference to Mel Robbins, the author and speaker, if you don't know. She wrote a book. Now has been on tour, speaking tour, but wrote a book last year called Let Them. That is all about letting other people just do what they're going to do. I mean, just let them, because you're not going to change it. And then a very important part of that is also, and let me fill in the blank, right? So let them, and then let me, because the second part's important. All right. I thought I had way more things for my prompts, and I don't. Writing. I am, for the first time, I don't know, since I was probably like 3rd grade, writing in a journal. Writing. And I don't do it daily. I'm very loose with it. It just depends on if I feel like I want to write in it or need to write in it. I do. What I found, though, in my little journal that I'm writing in is that I can get in a little tiny bit of creative time in while I'm doing it. So let me just, okay, like this was the last one, right? So it's just a little teeny tiny journal, and do a little stamping, a little bit of washi, a little bit of stickers, and then do my journaling. So that, for me, I really like to have creative time, but I don't always have creative time. And so that's a way that I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. By writing in my journal, but also being a little creative when I do it. All right, preparing, enjoying. I have 2 more, preparing and enjoying. And I think I'm just going to do enjoying, because then I don't want it to be so tight. This is all pretty tight. We'll see. Enjoying. Enjoying. Is it this one? Enjoying. Enjoying. There we go. Patio time. Another thing, I've shared this with you guys before. Sometimes like, I don't know, when you're a workaholic and you own your own business and that in business is in your home, sometimes you don't leave the home for a while. And so, like, when I say leave the home, I mean even like go outside. So I am really trying to enjoying patio time. And that's both day and night. So I am trying to, once a day, go outside, sit on the back patio, and it's usually in the morning because it starts to get too hot. It's been like high 90s. And just sit in the sun and read for maybe like 15 minutes. So just a little bit, get a little bit of vitamin D, get out of the house a little bit, read a little bit, and yeah. So I've been enjoying patio time. All right, so now we are left with our date. Now that we've done all of that, let's find our sticky note here, which the sticky notes are slick. So in all of that, I probably have sticky note, I probably have ink on my arm because there's the black, there's the green. Oh, I for sure need the green. I'm glad I waited on that. All right, so this is today, currently June 14th, 2025. Got to make sure to clean that off really well because I last used black on that and I don't want a mixture of black and Lucky Clover. Okay, let's be more. Oh, now that I cleaned that really well, I need to kind of reposition all those little numbers and dates and things because it's a little off. All right, we're going back in. There we go. All righty, so did we get all of those off? We did. Let's put these guys away. And put these guys away. I put both of these in the same one. So in one little set here, I have currently two and the dies that go with it, just so everything is all together. It's a little bit of a tight squeeze though. Let's see what happens. Let me try to get this one back here, this one here, this one here. See if I can just get those all in nicely. They were in nicely. All right, there we go. Okay, so we are ready for our last list. Our last list, let me just put, oh, I've got to put it back in, Lale. All right, let me move these things out of the way. This guy, now in order to get him to stay, we want to use our score tape again. Let's get that. And we're using score tape here instead of my tape runner because the later we get, especially when we get to the end, I just have a couple pages left in this insert. When we get to the end, that left side has a big curve in it from everything that's already happened. And so I need to make sure that this edge is really nice and secure or else it will want to lift. And so we are just going to reveal part of that release paper. Like so. We're just going to do part. You'll notice the part that I'm pulling away is facing the outside on all four edges. And we go upside down, right-handed, much easier that way. Because I only have a little bit of the sticky revealed, it makes it much easier for me to work with and try to get even. If I had revealed all of that sticky, there is no way I would be able to move those pages or that page around. It's just far too sticky. So I know why that happens every time. When I tear that, that starts to break a little thing here. Hang on. Oh my gosh, come on. When I rip it, it starts to rip a little bit up top. Okay, there we go. So now I just pull that little release paper out of all of those places, and it is now sticky. But that is a very easy way to be able to come back, kind of move it around a little bit if needed before you have to commit, because that tape is really sticky. All right, so I will have to do something else here. I'm not going to do it now, but I really need to do something else here because it's very green on this side and there's no green over here. So I don't know what I'll do. I need to kind of ponder that a bit, but I will come back and do something. Or here's the other thing. Maybe what we should do next week, maybe next week we will do another list here. And there'll be two totally different topics, but at least they will kind of coordinate next to each other. That's what we'll do. Because they coordinate together because we're using product from the same collection. All right, our last list is a 2-pager. It is in the news. In the news is a list that we do on a monthly basis, and it is what it sounds like. It is news. There are just a couple of things when we do an in the news list that are really important. Sam is back with Reggie in the backpack. It is just the facts. So when I am building my list and I'm talking about the in the news things that are on my list, just the facts. I'm not giving any commentary about the things that are on my list. And I ask that you guys in the chat, no commentary about news. If you are making a list and you want to write in the chat what is going on your list, that's totally fine. I just ask that we have no commentary about news items because news can be very polarizing because there's a lot of political news, right? And I don't know about you guys, but I don't come here to talk about politics and get into political debates. And I'm sure that you guys don't either. And it's never happened, but I always just like to bring that up just as a, so we're all on the same page. All right. So we'll see if this works. This is my idea. My idea is, hold on, I've missed lots of things. Penny said I'm Irish, so 15 minutes of Florida sun is not good for my fair skin. So I have a combo. My dad's side of the family is Danish. My mom's side of the family is Italian. So I kind of have, I'm fair at the beginning of the season, but I have a lot of kind of olive tone in my skin. So I'm going to have a quick sip here. Okay. Oh yeah. So here's my thought. My thought is I'm going to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little pockets. And I'm going to tuck a single photo in each pocket. And the pocket is the typewriter. So I don't know really if it will work. We'll see. That was my idea. So we'll see if that's going to work out here. We'll learn together. So I have pulled out a couple of different stamps. I have in the news too, which I'm planning on using for my title, that news. I have in the news. In the news has the typewriter stamp on it. Then I also pulled out this one. This one is called Just My Type. It also has that same typewriter stamp on it. So really it could be either of the typewriter stamps. In the news, I am also pulling out the typewriter die. That is how I'm going to turn my stamp into a pocket. So let's do that. Get our stamp out there. I don't know. We'll see. It could either really work and I'll be like, oh, that's fun because I've never tried it before. Or we might be like, oh, yeah, that didn't work so well. And then we'll be like, okay, we're going to continue that list next time we're listing together. So well, actually not some of them. I think they are going to have to overlap because if I want to do 3, they will be a little bit of, that's not going to go there, don't worry. There will be a little bit of overlapping. So we will not have, and I can't even clip that to try to hold it. So, but it's okay because I'm doing my die. So since I'm doing a die, I need to have probably some kind of background there. So Let's think very quickly. What might that be? I wasn't really thinking about that. Let me look here. What if we go to, I don't know. I haven't even looked at this collection yet. This one is, oh, Paige Evans' Happy Haven. Let's see if we can find something neutral to go with Happy Hate with this. I don't know. Let's look. I am so far behind in doing our What's New Wednesdays. There's so many new collections that are in that I haven't even looked at yet, let alone done a What's New Wednesday for. All right, so this is a project pad for Happy Haven. It has, as I'm learning, sticker sheet, and I'm just looking for paper. Actually, 2 sticker sheets. I just need something really, really neutral. But I need enough to do both pages. Okay, my photos. This is always the problem in the news photos. They always have, there's lots of like red and just blue, blackish gray. So, I mean, I don't know, Lael. That would be fine, but now, whatever I pick, I need to make sure that we will be able to see the stamped typewriter, right? I love that color combination, but that would not work for what I want. Yeah, no, and those are all solids. I don't really want to do a solid. Okay, apologies. I was not really thinking that I needed to have something there. I really hadn't thought that through that much, so we'll find something. Just bear with me. Just bear with me. Hi, Lou. How'd it go? Do you have pictures you can show? Oh, look it. Can we?
So I will.
Well, I want to show people.
I know we can.
Okay. Okay. Look. So Sam's back with Reggie. Oh, so where did you go to a park?
Granite Park.
Granite Park. Look at, he's on a leash.
Uh-huh.
Look at how fun. Oh, he is probably so. Reggie is an indoor cat only, you guys. So, there. Oh, look at, that's beautiful. And he's in his little backpack. Oh, so fun. With his leash. Okay,
I
good.
will send you.
Will you send them to me? Thank you.
If I send them to you right now, is it gonna mess up your?
Yeah, you better wait, will you? Okay.
Oh.
Thank you for sharing those with us, and you guys, thank you for letting us share those. Yeah. Red hair and blue eyes? Penny, what a fun combination that is. Oh, watch out. What are you doing?
I'm seeing what people are saying.
Oh,
about my
they're
cat.
saying, Sam, people say lots of nice things about your cat because
Oh,
your cat is always here.
I know. I'm interested to see what they're saying.
Oh, okay. Well, what are they saying? How fun for Reggie. Cute. Hi, Reggie and Sam. Reggie's so adorable. Yeah, he's a cutie. He is a handsome kitty. Reggie is a very large kitty. Now, he's not fat.
He weighs 15 pounds.
He weighs 15 pounds, but he's very long.
I think he's part Mancoon. That's why.
No, I don't think he's
Mom,
part
he's a
Mancoon.
massive cat.
I know he's a massive cat, and I appreciate you keeping your language down there because I know you wanted to say something.
He's an absolute, will not say, unit.
I don't even know what that means. No. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Anyhow. Okay.
I'm not wrong.
He is a big kitty.
Yeah.
He really is. Yeah. Okay, friends. So, sorry for all the sidetrackness. You know, it's just life.
Okay, love you, Mama.
Okay, love you too. Bye. Okay, so. Okay, I have an idea here. This is the Vicky's Flower Emporium. So I know there's no yellow in any of this, but I get so tired of all the red and blue tends to be news photos, or at least photos that I choose for the news. What if we did this? Now, I need to think about this because there are 2 of each in case I need it. Okay, this is going to be the background, and then the typewriters I will do in yellow. So let's just see here. We need 2 pieces that are 8 by 4 3/4. So let's do our 8. Oh. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're just going to do our typewriters on here. Sorry. Had to think about that. I'll explain why in a minute. I will explain why that is in a minute. Okay, so we need it to be about, let's say about that wide. Those would be really fun together. The reason why I'm not doing that is then I need to be able to stamp my title. Otherwise, you're like, why are all of these typewriters here with pictures sticking out of them? Yes, sweetie?
Something.
Oh, okay. This, I need to clean off the back of this again. It just has it's a little dusty. Just, you know, air, cat, life, dust. If you're getting that on the back of your stamps, then they don't stick as well to your stamping block. All right, so I need 5 typewriters. I wonder if they'll fit. We'll see. We are going to, so this would be interesting. What if, no, I was going to say, what if I do them in blue? No, we'll just do them in black. Oh, Jay, I love that. Jay said, I love the Love You Mama on Alive. He's always been that kid. Well, he's 24, but he's always been that kid, you know, in front of his friends, always on the phone, says, I love you when I hang up. That's just his personality. I have one of my favorite photos of him was when he's probably 15. He's playing football. He's on the sidelines, so at high school. He's on the sidelines, and, you know, I'm in the stands taking pictures. And he turns to me. He's on the sidelines at the football game. So all the players are there. And he turns to me in the stands now with everybody in the stands, and he does one of those, right? One of the little hearts. But not like just like to pretend. Not pretend, but to like try to be sly. He is all over it. And I'm like, oh, it's so sweet. That's just who he is. That is who he is. He's a very compassionate person. Always has been. From like 2. Such a compassionate human. Which, you know, that's nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with Nick. That's just how he came out. All right, I haven't done this before. I've done lists with the typewriter before, and I've done pockets with the typewriter before, but I've never done a lot on one list. So we'll see. We'll see how it turns out. So I will need one more. Oh, that one's okay. I will need one more little piece of this. If you have a stamp that you like to use often, now I'm using all of these on one list, but if you have a stamp that you like to use often, you might consider doing a little bit of assembly line work, right? So even if I was just using one of these stamps right now, if I've got my stamps out, if I've got all my stuff out, if I've got my die cutting machine, if I've got the die out, I might as well do a bunch of these so that next time I think, oh, I want to use a typewriter, then it's done, right? I don't have to go, oh, shoot, I've got to get all my stuff out, and then I've got to wet my stamp chamois, and then I'm going to have to clean it up, and da-da-da. Eventually, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to use it. So if that's you, when you get your things out, then make it worth your while. Like if you're doing library card stamps, or maybe you're doing like some of these, like a bunch of the labels, do a bunch of those at once so that when you are ready to use them next time. In fact, I think what I did I do that? No, I did that with something else. One of the other stamps that we did last week, I stamped a bunch of them and then just put them in the stamped images. I just tucked it into that stamp sleeve with the stamp so that next time I wanted to use it, they were already done for me. And really, I should do that now, but for the sake of time, I won't. I'll just do one more. Whoopsie. That one might be a little blurry. Well, it's not bad, but I felt it. As soon as I set it down, I felt it. That it kind of moved a little bit. All right. So, here we go. Jay said, I have one guy like that too. I have 5 kids, age 26 to 15, 3 boys and 2 girls. Oh, it's so fun. I mean, it's just so fun to see how they definitely have their own personalities. Now, part of it is for sure nurture. I mean, you know, we all get some nurture, but we all also get some nature. Where what I mean by that is that's just that's just your personality. That's who you were destined to be from the very beginning. So that was Sam for sure. Definitely a very compassionate person his whole life. Jesse said, you can tell by the way Reggie loves him and misses him. Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. Sam had a cat, was living in an apartment with a roommate, had a cat, and then was moving and couldn't take, well, he had a cat, he had Reggie, couldn't take cat with him to the house he was moving into. And so he, very long story short, asked Nick and I if Reggie could live with us, and we said yes, with some stipulations. He's got to come clean the litter box every, well, a couple of times every week. Every week. I am just skipping over all of the sandwich making instructions here. If you are like, wait a minute, what is that thing you have? I'm working with the metal die and I just set it on the plates. And earlier in the video, I talk all about kind of that process. All right, turn my machine on and, oh, it's not plugged in anymore.
Text me when you're done so I can send you all the video pictures.
Yeah, I'd love that. All right, thanks, bud.
Love you.
Love you too, bye.
Reggie is also very, very tuckered out.
He's tired?
Yeah.
Great, because you know he's going to sleep all day and he's going to wake me up in the middle of the night 5 times again. Yep.
They love you, bye.
Okay, love you, bye. All right, here we go. Run. Oh yeah, you know what? Hopefully we're okay there. I now know what you're saying. You're like, Lael, save room for the die. Ooh, whoopsie, didn't quite cut right there. Let me just do that little guy right there. There we go. So yeah, look it, we're gonna be pretty close to the top. Let's see, maybe I better get rid of this. I did not leave room. Yep. I wasn't thinking, I'm just thinking I gotta make sure that I have enough room to get all those typewriters on there. Guess we'll see what happens. And guess what? If I didn't leave enough room, then, oh, it's gonna be just by the skin of my teeth. I was gonna say if I didn't leave enough room, then we are going to call it a day. And then I'll do it again next week. Oh, I know. Okay. So, when I have, hang on, it just didn't grab it. What the heck? What's going on here? What? Hold on. Now that I've never had that happen. Why isn't that going? Oh, that's going to make me very sad. I don't know. Hold on, friends. What am I doing wrong? I've got all my plates. Like, what is going on? Why isn't that going through? Well, I'm going to try it one more time. Let's turn it off. Turn it back on. That is just going to be really weird. Because if it doesn't go through for some reason right now, then I'm not going to have any idea. Then we'll be done. Try just top and bottom sandwich plate. Okay, I'll try that in a sec, but it just works, so it's weird. It's not, I am just so perplexed. It's not, it's like it's not catching. You know how it like catches and then pulls it through? Well, friends, I don't know. Okay, I will try The die is off the edge. Maybe? No, but I just used it. I mean, this is the only way I ever use this die. So, and I've used it tons of times before. So I know that's not it. All right, hold on. We're going to do this. We are going to cut this right here. Actually, let's do this one. We are going to do this. And we're going to think outside the box. We're going to think outside of the die. We're going to go this way instead. And then if it's doing something weird, then I have no clue. Then it's just something's going on. Yep. There we go. Yeah, it was, I guess, too much the other way. It was not happy with me that way. All right, there we go. No need to panic now, but now we panic because now over here, we think we have not given ourselves enough room. Okay. I find it easier to do it sideways. Just, I don't know why, but it's just easier. All right. That was like, I'm like, oh my gosh, did my machine break? I was going to be so sad. Oh, by this barely, right? Just barely. I just barely left enough room. It's funny. Sometimes you don't know. You're not paying attention. I did that last week. I stamped and cut the die and I'm like, oh my God, or no, I stamped and then I cut it. I don't know what I did. I didn't leave myself enough room when I stamped for the die. Yeah. Sometimes trying to like talk and entertain and work at the same time doesn't work when you have to think. At least for me sometimes. Alrighty. Our 5 typewriters. Now this is maybe overkill. We'll see. Just switching it up a bit. Pockets. The typewriter you can make a pocket with, which is what I'll be doing. We have in the envelope, which you can make a pocket out of. You have the library pocket. But then there are a whole series of pockets, stamps and dies coming, starting in July, and then every other month. Okay, all right. Move this out of the way. Off. Okay, so now let's see how we think this might look. Well, I guess first of all, so what I did here, I printed 5, well, I really printed 3 photos, but which is really 5 photos, all right? Goodbye, Carrie. I really printed 5 photos. I used the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. It prints 3.5 by 5s, 4 by 6s, and 5 by 7s. I use that printer with the Epson Creative Print app. The app, in my opinion, is where all the power comes into the printer. There are pre-configured templates in the app. Lots of different configurations. So you can print multiple photos on one photo. So in this case, I have printed 2 3x4s on a 4x6. There is a free class here on my YouTube channel on how to use that app and all the amazing tips and tricks, really fun things that you can do with that app in the printer, or really any Epson printer. So what I thought I would do is to create, let me cut these into photos. Cut them into individual photos. The photos could tuck into the pockets. So we'll see. They might need to be trimmed a little bit. The width might need to be trimmed a little bit. So these are 3x4s. Cool. And these are just some news things from the month of May. And there are things that hit my radar. They may not hit your radar. You might be like, what? Weight Watchers, huh? Weight Watchers filed for bankruptcy in May. And that one hit my radar because, you know, talking about our weight conversations earlier, in my lifetime, I had done Weight Watchers several times. So that just kind of hit my radar. So that's one of the things on my in the news list. Billy Joel. I am going to trim these down a little bit. Billy Joel announced that he has a let me tell you, brain disorder affecting his hearing, vision, and balance. That one hit my radar because, you know, Billy Joel, I've known his music for many years, but we had concert tickets to see Billy Joel and Sting in concert together in May, and that was canceled because that's affecting his, you know, his abilities to perform. This guy right here is, and it didn't fit, so it's partially cut off, but the important part is there, or the part that I wanted to focus on. In May, China and the U.S. Entered into a temporary 90-day tariff rollback, where U.S. went from 145 to 30 and China 125 to 10. This is, I don't know if you travel, this has been like for years at the airport. They've talked about Real ID. By May 2025, you have to have a Real ID. You have to have a Real ID. And Real ID is not like fake ID, Real ID. It is a government recognized, I think that's what they call it, a federally compliant, how about that? Federally compliant ID, whether it's a driver's license or a ID card, in order to fly. And if you don't have that, they, I don't know if they say they can not allow you to get on the plane or to go through security, get through security. And now I think it's every state is the same, but don't quote me on this. If you have not traveled in a long time and you're like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that. How do I know if I have the compliant ID? I just know what it is in Utah, so you would want to check. I would assume it would be the same, but you know, maybe it's not. There is a little yellow star on your ID, and that is how it is indicates if you have a real ID. All right, so there are my photos. Those are the things that are just on my list, and actually it's going to be interesting because there's not necessarily a list. There's not necessarily a list. It's just kind of this is my list, right? So did I narrow those down enough? I did. Now, he's going to be partly coming up. Oh, and then the Pope, the new Pope, Pope Leo, oh my gosh, 10 IV, XIV, the 6, I don't know what XIV is. I know if you separate them, one's a 10 and one is a 6, but I don't know what it is together. So the new Pope is the first American-born Pope. And that I just thought was interesting. So here we go. Now here's where we see if this is all going to make sense. If I don't know, he might have to go up there so he can be a little bit taller so his face isn't stuck. I don't know, friends. This really may not work. Because what's going to happen, if over here I'm trying to put 3, they're definitely going to have to stagger, right? I knew they'd have to stagger, overlap each other, but like how much? Is this going to be weird? That looks like my friend Jocelyn from high school. It's not. Well, it's kind of odd. Part of it's kind of odd because of that top of that photo. So, you know what? I don't know. We'll see where it goes. And it may just be one of those that, you know what? I'm just going to do it. And so it's done and then it's done. All right. So we've got some staggered typewriters. Yeah. Well, that's how I guess that's how I envisioned it. Right? I guess that's what I thought it was going to look like. I don't love it, that's for sure, but you know what? Kind of is what it is at this point, right? Yeah, very interesting. Maybe if I like tried to do something, oh yeah, I can't do that. I was going to say maybe if I tried to stagger them a little bit, but you really can't, because if you stagger them, you lose. Wait, can it stagger if I do this? This guy goes here. Oh, duh. That's my blonde is showing again. I can stagger them. You just have to stagger them together like this. Maybe it's better that way. I don't know. So definitely differently, I guess, than I envisioned it. But you know what? Life's short. That. And now I'm here all by myself. Okay, you know what? It's no. You know what? I'm just gonna do it because I don't want to start over, and it is what it is. So this should be my way of saying, you know what, you guys, just you're not going. We don't just, you know, if we don't like it, it's okay. We don't have to start over. And they're actually not even really going to be pockets, because now I'm really like, I was going to make them pockets and so you could pull that out, but I don't think I'm going to. I think we're just going to have those little photos right in there. Moral of the story is, I don't know, what is it? Oh, duh, Lael, that's not gonna work. Golly. Yeah. You might be like, well, why is the typewriter there? Well, I had a thought of the typewriter, but little Pope head coming out of the typewriter. Yeah, you know, like if you typed the news back in the day, that's what the typewriters were for, but that's all right. I don't even dare look at the chat right now. Yeah, it's okay. They're not all masterpieces, right? They don't have to be. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, I'm gonna look at the chat. Let's see. Black Star on Karen's. Okay. Pennsylvania's optional for the Real ID. I didn't get it yet. I have a passport. So, yeah, Joe Disney fan, as long as you have a passport, you are good. Now, that's if you travel anywhere else besides Pennsylvania and then you are flying to California, and then California may not let you leave because you don't have your Real ID. But if you have a passport, you're totally good. Ms. L, one typewriter with the 3 photos coming out, perhaps. Oh, hey now, what about that? Like that? Well, that would, I know, it's just a hot mess. It is a hot mess express, right? That. And that. And then I'm still gonna get my title up there. So yeah, that works better. That for sure works better. I agree. That's way too many typewriters. Thank you for your suggestion, friends. And then I feel like, I don't know, we maybe don't even want to typewrite. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I try to get too tricky for my own good, huh? Ah! Well, it's fine. It's fine. Sorry, Billy. Well, not my best work, but that's fine. You can tell I've had it. I'm like, yeah, no, it's just gonna, I'm not gonna try to rescue it. There's no rescuing it. Now, the way I was going to explain these things now has to change. The reason it has to change, gosh, that looks so much like my friend Jocelyn from high school. I can't get over it. The reason they have to change is because Hold on. We may just be ditching the typewriters here. Because it just, I don't know, did not materialize like I thought it was going to. So, we're going to do this. No typewriters. I've got lots of typewriters to use next time. And we're going to take this stamp set. Anybody need some typewriters? Here it is. Here it is. Keep them as photos and puts the pockets in them sideways. Tip in tape and flip the photos up like a waterfall. Yeah, we've done that one. I know, I'm just done. I'm just done with it, I think. I'm done with it. We're all working. Yeah, we're all playing. We're all playing. No, this will just show you what not to do. If you think that you want to use 5 typewriters for the spread, think again, my friends. Oh yeah, this is like so bad. All right, even if I think then this way, unless, okay, hold on. Wait, hold on a minute here. What if we went back to that, like you said, and we just put some of, what if we just had them be kind of like, all right, we need to reposition that because I think we need Billy's face over here. Oh, yeah, no. All right, guess what? I'm going to resurrect this later. I need to walk away. Sometimes, okay, I'm going to do this. We're going to turn off the lights. We're going to rotate the camera. Sometimes you need to walk away. You're struggling with something and it's just not kind of materializing. And I'm not saying this because I want to go. Because you guys know me. If I'm in the mode, we'll go forever. But sometimes it gets super forced, right? Where you're just trying to make it work. And it's just not working. So what I will do is I will walk away. I will set it off to the side. I have to clean it all up because I need to finish designing my Here and There mini project kit this weekend that ships early next week. So I will set it off to the side and it's one of those things that it'll be floating in the back of my head subconsciously. And it will come, it will happen, we'll see what it looks like. So I won't do it on camera, I'll do it at some point before we're listening together again, then we'll see how it turned out. And then you guys can say, oh yeah, I was there for that hot mess. I was there. And it turned out way better than it was going to. Anyhow, thank you guys for joining me today. That was so much fun. Just lots of always playing and experimenting and learning and having fun and chatting and socializing. And so thank you for being here. Our listing schedule. Last week or earlier this week, I put out the listing schedule for basically through September. It's always tentative. We never know what's going to happen. But we are not listing next weekend. Next weekend is June 21st. Nick and I are going in our RV for a long weekend. So we will not be listing together June 21st. We will be together again on Saturday, June 28th. All right? Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. I hope that you do something nice for yourself. Do something nice for yourself. Even if it's, sitting down and reading a book or continuing to play, or maybe you weren't playing, maybe you were working or cleaning the house or doing something like that. Give yourself time at some point this weekend to do something for you, okay? Ms. L, and great lesson. Instead of forcing it, walk away, right? Sometimes it's like Kenny Rogers says, kind of, you got to know when to fold them. Even though we're not really folding, but for this hand, we're folding, and we'll resurrect it again. Let me see. Thumbs up. Yeah, if you're still here, thumbs up. I would love that and appreciate it so much. Have a lovely rest of your weekend. We will be doing a What's New Wednesday on the 18th. So in a couple days, we'll do another What's New Wednesday. Take a look at some more fun new products at LayleByNail.com. And then I hope to see you again Calendar's on the wall. On the 28th. All right, friends, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Bye-bye. Bye. Now we got to walk around to the back side.